Okay. Hi, everyone. How are you all doing? Okay. So this is going to be the first time a greeting sounds Bantu. Greeting to you for joining us. This is my first time managing, actually, directly managing this show. Just give me a second. Just okay. Okay. Hi there. So this is my first time doing the show myself, managing the show myself. So it's going to be a little bit choppy, a little bit here on my end, as I learn to actually manage the show. And so it's not going to be an easy one for the first one, but bear with me as I learn to uh, actually do this thing on my own. I appreciate you joining us. Okay, thank you all for joining us. Today is about, I'm going to focus on my own personal perspective on education and my own personal. So I'm going to share with you my own philosophy, my own thinking. Um, so, and that will be the basis of the conversation today. And so I call it reimagine and re-envision education. Reimagine and re-envision education. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So I'm just trying to see the layout of the show here. Okay. The layout of the StreamYard. Okay. Hey Mika. Hi. Hey Mika. Uh, hey Sam.
Yes, my brother.
Mika, thank you for joining me today. Really appreciate this. So I'm
How's-
trying to see the layout here. Okay, just to see where can I change the banner, all of that thing going on here. Okay, are you
I
also?
just,
Oh, you look at you helping me
I
manage.
just, I was just coming to check on you. That's it.
Okay, I know that. I know that. How you doing? Thank you so much. I really appreciate this. So, like, like I was telling you, Pastor Ezra, I'm slightly a little bit scared of
Mm.
this, but I think sometimes you have to go through this. Okay, so
Yes, yes.
so Sam, thank you for your presence as always. Your attendance is incredible. So thank you, Mika. I appreciate this. You could text me a little bit in between on WhatsApp and see how I'm doing. Uh,
Mm.
Mika, I appreciate this. And so today I'm going to be focusing on my own perspective. So far, I've been exploring around it, but I'm going to go into zooming into my own perspective on education and how we should be thinking about education in the 21st century. Okay.
Mm.
Do you have any advice, any suggestions before I start these things?
Um. Well, I think you got it all figured out. I can't wait. I can't wait to hear your perspective because I always love hearing your knowledge and your passion about education in Africa. So I'm really excited today to hear
Okay.
what you're gonna bring on the table.
Is
Come
it?
on, let's go.
Wait, before you go, can you
Yes.
do me one favor? Can you do me one
Mhm.
favor? Okay.
Okay.
Can you just
Okay.
do a brief prayer for me since you're
Oh,
here?
definitely,
Just do
definitely,
a quick
definitely,
bless this show for me, and you bless me
definitely.
with this thing. So this is our CEO here, Chief Executive Officer
Mhm.
of the Swahili Nation Network, an incredible person. and it's an honor to work with him, work under him. And so he's going to start out with the prayer. Okay, thank you.
I appreciate my brother.
Okay.
I love you, man. God, I thank you for today. Thank you for this session that you're gonna have today. Our desire and our wants is to see Africa change, to see change in Africa, and most importantly in our sector of education. We want our people to know who they are and their rights, to stand for them and the next generation to come. Today's session, God, we pray for your wisdom, for your knowledge, for your understanding, and we pray that, God, you lead Professor Ezra in this session, and even those who are joining right now. I pray that we'll knowledge that comes from the books as well at the same time. I thank you, I praise you, and I bring Africa into your hands. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you so much. So I'm just gonna learn this thing as I'm doing it. So that's how it's gonna be. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this prayer, and this is a way to start off a great session. Okay. Thank you, Mika.
I love you, brother. See you later.
I love you too, man. Okay. So we have our Chief Executive Officer here, and I appreciate his presence. So his leadership, his vision is what brings us here to this platform, is to bring Africa together and to see how different parts of Africa play a part in bringing Africa together. So that's all it's about. It's always about the One Africa mission. The One Africa mission is part of it is to educate, is to inform judgment, to inform our thoughts and process. So I really appreciate Mika on that one. Thank you. So what am I going to do today? Okay, what am I going to do today? Okay. Today I'm going to focus on my own personal kind of perspective on what the 21st century education should be. And I wrote this about a year ago. About 3 years ago. Okay, so so I'm gonna see if I can share. Okay. I'm going to share a screen. Try and see if I can share a screen. I'm going to try to share something here. So just bear with me, guys. Okay. Bear with me. Okay. So, like I said, I'm learning these things as we go along. Okay. 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 So this is time to reimagine and re-envision education. Time to reimagine, re-envision education. And this is something that I wrote a few years back. And then after kind of like a moment of reflections on these things, on overall the education. So like, today I'm kind of like juggling between giving you the show, doing the show, also learning how to do the show on this StreamYard. Okay, usually we had our Pastor Ezra, His Excellency. doing an incredible job doing this in the background, and he has an incredible amount of expertise, in this regard. And I guess we doing the show actually have to actually learn how to do these things. Sometimes you have to kind of get into the weeds of it to actually learn it. So but doing it is the way to actually learn. So Mike, Africa Unite, thank you for joining us. Rahel, thank you for joining us. Sam, I said earlier, thank you. Sound Bantu, thank you for joining us. Quite a number of you who have joined us. I really appreciate you. Tell us where you're from, where you're at, and share your thoughts and ideas. And then if you have ideas on how to reimagine and how to re-envision education, please feel free to let us know your thoughts and your ideas. We appreciate that. It means a lot to us. Okay, so let's dive in a little bit into what is time to reimagine and re-envision in terms of education. Okay, what is that about? Okay. I don't know if it's visible. Okay, let me see if I can do. Yes. Thank you. Okay, I see that. I see. This is what you need to do. So Mika, you're there in the background doing this thing for me. I really appreciate that. Okay. And I'm gonna just, not really like I'm just gonna continue reading a little bit, okay? And so that's it's not just ranting and rambling, okay? This is a website I developed. It's called Education Reimagined, okay? Education Reimagined. If I click this, okay, it will take you to this site, okay, Education 21 Forward. It's a simple, basic website I put together as a placeholder for my where I put my thought together, and I have a couple of articles written there. And if you are interested in writing articles for this show, for this website, you're more than welcome to share your thoughts and ideas. Okay, I don't know why the internet is so slow today. Okay. So over the decade or so, I have been involved in education practice. I have been afforded with the opportunity to play a leading part, okay? Not only in thinking about the rationale, which is the whys of education, but also in experimenting with the methods and approaches and the practices, okay? Approaches and practices, which is the how of education, okay? In that time, I've noticed, okay, the recurring theme is how little attention is given to critical elements, these critical elements. This is very good with the whys and the hows. Okay, even though we have a lot of things that we do, but we have not thought deeply about these things. Education, I believe, is inherently forward-looking. So education is forward-looking. What do I mean by education is forward-looking? So let me just do. This is the website. This is my website. Okay. Okay. And you're more than welcome to send me articles, and I'll publish them here for you. It would be awesome to have people. We imagining education and sharing their thoughts on it. Okay. Back to these things. So, what do I mean by forward thinking? When I say education is forward thinking, what it means is, okay. Thank you, Mika. So what I mean is, okay, it is inherently forward-thinking, forward-looking. Education is inherently forward-looking, okay? Means that we think about the future and then try to educate the current generation, the current crop of human generations to that future. Okay, that doesn't sound clear and accurate in that sense. Okay, so this is simple. Okay, so you have a child that is going to school. Okay, year 5, age 5, and that's at the beginning of the cycle of education. Okay, their future is down the line. So whatever education they are having, okay, whether it is intended or not, that's not the point. But whatever education they're having will only have its impact in the future. It doesn't have its impact now. So whatever impact that education has had on you now, okay, is the work and the actions of its past. So today is the impact of the future of the past. So the future in the past and the future in the future is what we're trying to see. So education inherently is about the future, means that it's about not now, it's about the future. So what I mean by inherent, so I'm sounding a little bit philosophical here. Okay, thank you, Vika. So so what inherent means that it is given, it is built into the essence of what it is. So you go shopping for educations, you are looking to make a difference in the future. So if you are a university student, first year university student, okay, your degree is meaningless if you are starting now. Your degree means something at the end of the cycle of your education. If you are a high school student, at the end of the cycle of your education is what the impact of that, whatever learning that you've had, will make us. Okay, sound bantu. We'll look at the expensiveness of these things. Okay, so sound bantu says, okay, yes, educate the young people, and I'm not understanding why it's so expensive to learn. Yeah, it is expensive to learn. Okay, so so that to me that is such a critical component of learning today, going to school today, and we'll look at that part a little bit. But today I'm going to focus largely on just the bigger, more philosophical component of it, and then partly about my personal perspective, my own personal point of view, and then where it comes from. Okay, so when we say education is inherently forward-looking, is built into it. You can't help it any other way. You can't expect a kindergarten child, okay, or kindergarten children to be productive members of the society now. You have to envision that it happens down the line, somewhere along the line of the cycle. Okay, so so I believe it's inherently forward-looking, but sadly, the pervasive reality is one that is tethered at best to now. Okay, so but right now, the way we think about education is it's not based on its inherent quality; it's based on what we wish it does now. It's more like we think of, oh, it's a trend, it's a hype, it's what's fancy. Okay, like everywhere you go, you say like, oh, right now is computer knowledge is important. But computer knowledge is not important now for education, or language knowledge is not important now for education, or it is down the line. It can't possibly be now. So, so I say, however, rigorous inquiry and inquisition on the basis of an honest and interrogation of the rationale for education naturally forces a discussion to where we, as a community in general, and educators in particular, should envision the goal for learner and the learning process. I say such discourse must emanate from the kind of future we envision. To me, the problem with education as we speak right now, the problem with education as we speak right now, is that it is not tied to the future where we want. We don't say, oh, this is the future we're looking for. So in the case of Africa, we're looking for a united Africa, one Africa, an Africa that recognizes and appreciates its diversity, an Africa that recognizes its ability, its potential, an Africa that recognizes that appreciates the value, okay, the value of each of its citizens, okay, each and every one of its citizens. That is what we like. No, that's the kind of future we're looking for. But how is education aligned with that? So education system is about the future. It's about the future. Education always has about the future. It can never be about the past. It can learn from the past, but it can never be about the past. If you are educating for the past, you're always gonna play catch up. Oh, Tanzan, it's so nice to see you here. Peace and greeting to you too. I appreciate you here for joining me. Okay, so so those of you joining us, I'm focusing on my own personal point of view on what it's about reimagining and then re-envisioning of education. Mika, how do I go back to that banner? How do I? Let me do this. Okay. Wonder if, okay. Okay. I just figured out something here. Okay. Okay. So I'm just putting, so as just to put a banner in there, I had to figure it out. Okay, I could just post this thing. Okay, I can show this. Oh, this is cool. Okay, hey, Professor, thank goodness the pressure is off to me today. Okay, Tanzan. Okay, yeah, this is what Tanzan is telling us. Okay, it is the pressure is on me. Okay, I'm like trying to figure out a way to actually manage the show, but at the same time also staying focused on the just the topic at hand. Okay, so this is the problem. The problem that we have in education when it comes to this is, one, we don't realize that its true nature, education's true nature, is about the future. That's true nature. It's not I'm telling you, or I'm redefining it or defining it. No, it is, but it's inherent. It's built into it. Education cannot be about anything but the future. Hence, if it is about the future, the next thing I'll say, if it is about the future, so what can we do to make it so that there's an alignment? Okay, there's an alignment between the future that we envision in general and the education as an instrument, as a tool, and as an instrument of alignment with that. How can education be aligned? How can education be aligned to that future? So if we envision any future for Africa, or for any country, for any community, or for any family, or for any individual person, you could go down from that macro level to the very microscopic level. Okay, we say, okay, I want to be a successful person, whatever that definition of success is. Okay, the role of education is, how does education play? How is education an instrument in helping you achieve the success that you're looking for? That's essentially the inherent quality of education. Okay, but the problem that we have is that's not how education is designed and operated. People will claim it is, but in reality, that's not how it is. So then we run into this challenge of a very misaligned kind of organization. Okay, a misaligned organization between what education is really reality and where the future is. The future, whether you like it or not, whether I like it or not, is gonna come. It's gonna show up. It's gonna come and it's gonna show up. So what I'm trying to propose in this article that I have written down, okay, which I will share with you right now. Okay, for you to, if you want a photo, it's not a long read. It's a very short read, okay, but it's nevertheless a great read. I think it's a great read. Okay? So I want you to. So this is the. I just share with you the link to the article that I wrote down. I wrote a few years back, and there I detail out this disconnect, the disconnect between what we want for the future and the instrument that we use to achieve that future. Education is no more than an instrument. It's an instrument of achieving something. It's a means of getting somewhere, getting to something. And we're not fully utilizing its true inherent quality, which is education being about the future. Okay? So whether you are an adult, a young adult, a grown up, or whether you are just beginning at the life cycle, like a 5-year-old or 6-year-old, whatever educational pursuit that you do has its implication on the future. Its implication on the future. That's it. That is the essence of education. It has an implication. But if it has an implication in that future, then you have to ask yourself, how is it truly properly aligned? How do we operationally align it with that? That's the thing. Operationally aligning with that is the essence of it. Okay, so this is my this is my take. In re-envisioning education, you have to redesignate its role and responsibility. Okay, this is what I'm reading right now. Okay, you have to redesignate its role and responsibility beyond responding to our past and current needs. Education must be given the prime position of helping shape and manifest the future we envision. That essentially saying we should let education be the instrument to helping us achieve the vision that we're looking for, whatever vision that is. It must be afforded its due place to mold and inform the kind of world order that advances meaningful human progress and arms humanity with the inherent instrument to fulfill its responsibility to itself, to the animals, planet, species, as well as its duty to the tangible and intangible, the metaphysics of our universe. And that is like a big, bold statement. Essentially, the entirety of my thesis there boils down to this very short statement. Okay, that is what it is. So what are we dealing with right now? Okay, what are we dealing with? Okay, I can be confident in predicting the next decade and centuries will usher. So we're looking ahead. What are we dealing with? So I'm looking at ahead and seeing the future and seeing what the future lies, where the future lies. Okay, okay. I can be confident in predicting the next decade and centuries will usher in another inflection point in human history. Okay, the precipitous decline of the need for human as labor inputs into the global production scheme will reach critical mass and will alter for the worse, if not intently embraced. Okay, will alter for the worse the balance of power. Excuse me, sorry. The balance of power that has shaped recent human relations and conditions. The takeover of human inputs by automated autonomous bots is not an exaggerated prediction. I can confidently claim without the purview of the actual data that what is in the work is the eventual severing of any human tie to all forms and shape of production, the decimation of human pursuit, the decimation of human pursuit for meaning from a career and occupation will be absolute and final. We are therefore called to reimagine, reinvent the source of our sense of worth and purpose. Now, that is the problem ahead of us. So if education is about the future, and this is part of the future that anyone can estimate. Okay? Hey, Jonathan, it's great to see you here. Okay, great to see you here. Jonathan is here. So, hi, Mariette. Hi, Mariette. Thank you. I would really appreciate you being here. So what I'm trying to tell you, what I'm telling you is that, like, if you were to glean into the future, and there's certain things you can be very sure of, because I'm sure of the fact that, automation and, artificial intelligence, machine learning are learning very fast and very quickly, and are learning to take down the human element of the way we've organized our economy. Economy today, in the way in simple terms, organized as three factor inputs. And there are four, but the fourth one is the organizer. Okay, but the three factor inputs. One is natural resource, land, labor, land. We call it land, but natural resource. The second one is labor, and the third one is capital. Okay, a combination of these three is what at any time is, allowing us to produce the goods and services. Thank you. Read that. Yeah. So the goods, Mariette. Yeah. It's easier to read. If you read this today, if you read this and come back, it will be incredible. So when I open up the show, at some point, it would be good if people have read a little bit of this a little bit. It's not a long read. It's 15 minutes, not more than 15 minutes to read. So the three factors. Okay, what I'm telling you is one of the factors, which is the labor part. Okay, the labor part. Okay, we have to look at it not just on the future trend, but what has been transpiring over the past 100 years. The relevance of labor as a factor input from industrialization era to now. What you're realizing is that in any industrial initiative, in any manufacturing initiative, in any service initiative, in any kind of human endeavor of production, okay, there's always been a sense of labor, but what has over the past 100 years has transpired is the continued irrelevance, not relevance, irrelevance, the continued irrelevance of human as an input into that production. Why? You ask the question why? Is because the third element, which is the capital element, which is the machinery, the investment, the machinery that you put into any production, is continuously evolving and improving as technology advances. The capital component of it increasingly assumes the roles and responsibility of the labor part. Hence, what we call productivity. In economics, when I say productivity, let's improve productivity. It means using less labor. That's what it means. Productivity means using less labor and producing more. Less labor inputs, more output. That's efficiency. Efficiency inherently in the current state of economy, in the current state of capitalist, pseudo-capitalist, whatever capitalist form that you have, always says that by putting less labor, if you decide Okay, if you decide to turn, to add tractor into a farm, okay, it requires less labor because the tractor can do more of what a human being could do. No, not that this is a bad thing, but this is the way it is. This is the if you add, so if you were to go to, let's say, the industrial revolution era of, let's say, of the early days of industrial revolution, the current industrial revolution, let's say in Great Britain, okay, there was a huge input of labor into the process. There were machines, but the fact that there were steam engines that were invented, okay, the fact that textile innovation in textile industry, innovation in, let's say, in some form or shape of the manufacturing sector, has opened up opportunity for a vast part of this labor that was trapped in archaic old agricultural system into the new industrial sector, and that created a huge influx of labor. But you go to, let's say, the China industrialization, from British industrialization to Chinese industrialization, what you realize, the Chinese industrialization hasn't used in the same magnitude the labor intensity that the British industrial revolution used. So at each iteration of industrial revolution that we're having around the world, the magnitude of that second component, which is the labor component, that magnitude is relatively much smaller, much narrower than it was in previous generations of industrial revolutions. That's the past. Now, follow that trend, but you see that the trend always keeps going down. The trend of labor as a critical component of production goes down. It keeps going down. That's the maths, the statistics. If you do the research, that's what it is. So, but what has the next 50 years, the next 100 years, if you look ahead in the next 100 years, what you see is that, and then all the signs point to that any future innovations in manufacturing, in industry, and service will have less need for labor, will not have more need for labor. So human beings as a critical component, so human beings pursuing career as a career profession, as input into the production, as part of an input in production, whether you are a teacher or a day laborer or a doctor, a lawyer, whatever name you can think about, there's machine learning taking place out there that's going to learn the jobs that you're going to do, and it's going to make you obsolete. So human beings as input into labor will be increasingly an obsolete profession. That's the future. What I'm proposing is that let's think about an education system that sees that this future is an impending future that's ahead of us. Let's reimagine the education. Let's re-envision and reimagine education to align with that future. That is essentially the proposal I'm making. So if you read with the article, it goes at length about the details of what that should look like, but like how I'll go at length about so I go at length about what this hypothesis I'm making, but it'll be good to hear your thoughts on this, and I'm more than happy to explain in detail. So Mika, I don't know how to so how to make it open now. Is it open already for people to call in? Oh, Jonathan was not feeling well. Oh, sorry about that. Okay. Okay, please, those of you coming in and going in, subscribe. Please subscribe, become members. Please like our show. Like, the more you like this, the more it affects the algorithm that promotes this show. So let's like, let's subscribe, let's follow Swahili Nation on Facebook, on Twitter, and all the social media platforms that are available to us. So okay. I'm just okay. Education is reimagined and re-envisioned. Okay. Education reimagined and re-envisioned. That's the topic of today. And we want to make sure this reimagination and then re-envisioning is aligned with our mission. Okay? Defend the image, and bring back all the heritage of Africa, decolonize the mind through authentic knowledge, and create a bridge for oneness and peaceful Africa. That is our mission. And we want to an education that reimagines that. And then so education reimagines so that it really is aligned with such mission and such vision. Okay? That's what we're looking for. Okay, so anyone who wants to come in, feel free to come in anytime. Okay, feel free to come in. Okay, I'm gonna post the link, and you can just join us anytime. You're more than welcome to be here. Okay. Okay. Anybody interested in joining, please feel free to come in. And in the meantime, I will continue. I'll continue to share a little bit more on the topic at hand. Okay. Continue to share a little bit of the highlights. Okay. So a little bit of so this is what's wrong. What's wrong with what we have? What's wrong with what we have? And the simple answer lies in the effectiveness of our education system in meeting its very own objective. It's not only like it fails to meet the objectives of this grand future that we are looking at, but even in its own set of parameters of measurement, that's is basically fails. That is to respond to the current human needs. Education, as we know it, does not necessarily fully properly respond to the current human needs. This human need to start with already a narrowly defined scope, rather narrowly defined or scoped kind of thing. The scope of that need has not gone much further than the peripheries of meeting the nourishment of tangible manifest need. Okay, why that is essential, I contend is the subject, of course. So, so what the fundamentals of our human pursuit in the 21st century are built on the need to exploit, okay, feed and propagate and die as late as possible. That's the fundamental, like, basic needs, and that's essentially that's what it does. That's what the current education system is, just fitting into these basic needs, basic tangible needs. So the system of education that we have is about arming ourselves to survive, to survive, and to meet these basic needs. The good and bad news is that it is failing miserably to meet such basic objectives. So the good news is that it can't even meet its own basic kind of goals. Okay, like, let's meet current human needs. If that goal is, it can't meet that. That's the good news, but also the bad news. The bad news is that not meeting that causes a whole set of these things. Okay, the bad news is that we are far from sustaining such pursuits, and we are further away from visualizing a grander pursuit that goes beyond meeting manifest needs and permits human expression of highest order. So here's how I reimagine a 21st century. It's one that welcomes, not just rejects, individual and community identity on a scale never seen or even imagined. It is a space of shared values for critical and radical engagement, reflections, and evolution. The learning practices are intentional and well-crafted catalyst for accelerating the emergence of inherent human qualities, both unique and shared qualities. It is modeled to streamline and realign in favor of a singular learning outcome, a fully expressed human being, and not a function and a function of and or a subservient of self-preservation of the system. It is the embodiment of our interdependence and the embrace of our shared heritage near and afar, which is humanity. It is planted on the technology of being human, not just its manifestation. This is the heart of my assertion, and will be expanded on in future stuff. Okay, that's basically the simple kind of assertion here. Okay, that I'm making here. Okay. Okay, Sam. Okay, I'm actually talking education. So this is a question that Sam has just posed. Okay, are we talking about African education or education in general? I think, to me, there's, of course, it's specifically, I mean, the operationalization of this will primarily be Africa, and I have a reason for that, because Africa doesn't have a deep footprint in the current education system that kind of like that has a stranglehold in the way the world is. Africa's participation, engagement, we've talked about this before, at least giving you the data that Africa's kind of like fingerprint on the way the world education system is right now is very minimal. I mean, relative to other countries and other continents and other parts of the world. So in a sense, this, at the heart of it, I'm proposing this for Africa. But I think this also, education in general should be about this. Okay, that's so it's education in Africa and education in general, kind of both of them, not or, but and. Okay, and Marriott says there will be less need in human labor. Yes, I think the trend line, that's what I'm saying, that if you look at the historical trend line of labor as an input into the global machine of production, relatively to previous times, in relative terms. I'm not talking about in absolute terms, but in relative terms, this relevance and its importance as an input into production, it continues to decline as machines become much more intelligent and much more capable. Not just even intelligent, even automation. Like, so you look at, let's say, automation in the 1970s, in the 1960s, in the 1980s, and let's say in the manufacture of cars. What it has done is, over time, the more productive labor is. Sorry, somebody's calling me here. Sorry. So the more productive, so productivity in economics terms means more outputs with less inputs. More outputs with less inputs. And inputs are three things: natural resources, raw materials, whatever you call them. Just give me a second. Let me send a message to somebody here. Okay, so I'm trying to answer. Sorry, I'm just sending somebody. Okay. So I was trying to answer Mary's points here. So the three inputs into any production, but the historical trend line points to one fact: over time, human labor becomes increasingly less important, and the way it transpires is, in the economist language, we call it productivity, increased productivity. Anytime the term increased productivity means the combination of labor, capital, and raw materials, which is land, is changing. That means, and the key components that usually is a downgrade is the amount of labor and raw materials you put into the input systems. So you produce more output with less input. But the trend line, what the trend line over the historical time that we have in the recent memory is that the trend line that we have is that the capital input, which is machinery, technology, all of that keeps going up. But other inputs like labor, particularly labor, I'm not talking about raw materials. The raw materials is something else, but the input of labor over time goes down in relative terms. Mind you, I'm not talking about in absolute terms, I'm talking about in relative terms. In relative terms, the need for labor, because the more labor is productive, the less you need it. If I can produce twice more than I used to produce, then there will be less need for the other me. That's the way it works. So what I'm trying to propose here is that trend line is going to continue, and particularly is going to accelerate when you put in like machine learning and artificial intelligence into the process, where it's not just basic labor inputs like, low skill, unskilled, low skill, and medium skilled labor that is under threats. That has been the case over the past 50 years. But even high-skilled jobs are now under threat. High-skilled jobs like surgery can be conducted, at least theoretically, or at least in some, very controlled setting, that we can now have machines learn how to do aspects of what somebody will spend 12 years and they can learn it in hours. Like a surgeon or some medical related work can be conducted with some artificial intelligence and machine learning. Legal stuff like this, like people think that most of what lawyers do is go to court. No, most of what lawyers do, which is about 90% of what lawyers do, is paperwork. So for example, so an artificial intelligence, one of the things that has improved over the past few years, and particularly over the past decade, is computer. I think visual learning. What's the term they used? Vision, computer vision. Yes, computer vision. Computer vision has improved so much. Now, computers cannot only tell you like the precedents, they can actually analyze precedents and really recommend much better options for legal precedents than any other things. Legal precedents, and so a lot of this 90% of the job that is administrative paperwork or procedural, all of those things can be conducted with machines. So spending 5 to 10 years becoming an incredible lawyer might be something of difficult pursuit to do. Okay. So, I'll go back to the comments. I don't want to just keep ranting. So let me go to the comment. So Sam says human labor is not necessarily going to decline, but I say the data suggests it's a decline, a relative decline. Okay, I think human labor is always going to be there, but it's in relative decline. Okay. So the point I contend here, you look at the industrial revolution of the past and the industrial revolution of now, relatively the human component of it is much more relevant than the human component of the previous iteration of industrial revolutions. So what will happen is, as all jobs get replaced by machine, new jobs require sophisticated skills and will increase. But my contention here, Sam, is that and the data suggests it, the data points it, in the next 50, 100 years, sophisticated jobs can be done by machines. So the need for human intelligence to actually conduct, from doing sophisticated coding and programming to carrying out sophisticated surgeries, to really determining the true nature of from diagnosing cancers to there enormous amount of literatures out there. And then I've read all these different literatures before I wrote this article, even though I don't reference them, but I have read many articles, because I didn't reference it because this is not the literature review I wrote. It is my opinion that I put together. But the basis is that the studies and the research and the trend, the analysis on the trend only points to that even sophisticated jobs are on the line now. That's what it is. Exactly. So things that are like customized. So Marriott says this, okay? Okay. So I'm distracted by the comment here. Thank you so much. You guys are so engaged. So Maria says, I get the point on industrial labor and also agriculture. But Merit, what I'm pointing at, and then the data suggests it, and the data proves it, and then you could do your own background research on this one. The trend line with the way, so in the past, you see, with the difference between previous machine as inputs and current machine as input is that the sophistication of how sophisticated machines are getting, how almost human-like machines are getting. So when we say a robot, okay, so you look at, let's say, Tesla's gigafactories, and the machines, the robots there that are like doing the work are not just mechanically, designed and then they in themselves actually take jobs away. There's no question about it. Without even the intelligence part, the machines working in Tesla gigafactories are already taking many jobs as they are. But the difference between these new machines and then previous automation in the auto industry, in the car manufacturing industry, is that they are teaching them to be intelligent. they're learning to be much more intelligent. So they're not just like, so that means they can actually self-program. These machines are learning to be self-programming. So they're becoming more sentient beings. So the technology that is happening, that's a threat to this pursuit of human beings going to school and then looking for a career or way out, is that, it's not just just endangering. What is in danger is not just basic skills, basic knowledge, or even advanced skills that are in danger. Sophisticated skills are in danger. Like decision making is in danger. Like sophisticated decision making. From, if you have an idea of what game theories and things like that are like, sophisticated game theories are in danger. Okay, so what I'm trying to tell you is that, like, what I'm proposing with this education reimagining, I'm not saying this is how we should do the reimagining. I'm not saying this is how we re-envision, because I give hint on that. But what I'm saying is that reimagining and re-envisioning education has to take into consideration not just the trend line that proves the point I'm making, but the kind of future that's ahead of us. And that's what it needs to take into consideration. So maybe education should be about creativity. Maybe education should be about entrepreneurship. Maybe education should be about human resilience. Maybe education should be about stewardship. That means stewardship of the environment, stewardship of your community. Maybe education should be about human journeys, pure human journeys, from adventure to exploration to growth to study to learning to being pure human. Maybe education should be about all things that are not just about being an input, a labor input, but beyond that. And that requires a lot of reimagining. And that requires a lot of re-envisioning. That's a lot of work that needs to be done. And I'm not saying I've done the work. I'm saying that we should do it. I think it requires a collective effort to accomplish something like that. So I'm going to share the link again. If you're still inclined to join and kind of rescue me from just babbling, from babbling on, okay? Babbling, and talking out of my mind. And please feel free to join. If you're not interested in joining, just share your thoughts on the comment sections, and then I'll be happy to really, okay. I'm also going to share the article again. If you're interested in reading, if you just joined us and you're interested in reading the article, okay. Okay. Please please feel free to join, comment your thoughts, ideas. And I'm just going to share your comments. I say come. Okay. Sometimes I think some like get the picture of the prime minister as you, just for a moment. That sometimes I think it's you. I just sometimes I've come to see this picture so often. I've seen this picture so often that I don't know, for some reason sometimes like every time I see Sam and I see that picture of Prime Minister Abiy, for a moment, for a second, for a split second, I think, oh, that's a picture of you. But one day we'll see what you look like, hopefully. Okay, Tanzan, thank you. I would love you to join us. Yeah, so you join us in about 30 minutes, I think. Oh, yeah, Mary, that would be awesome to have you here. Some says he's not that handsome. I think, if you're a human being, that's more than enough to be handsome. So I think the measure of beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So as long as somebody finds you handsome, that's more than enough. So any thoughts and ideas, please share. I don't want to go too much into these things and without go too far and too deep into this, but I'll continue to to lay out exactly what my thinking is. So my thinking is simply as simple as this, that the education system as we know it is one, irrelevant. Hey, Marriott is here. Okay, so it's awesome.
So,
hey, Marriott.
Hi, Ezra. So, where were we?
Thank you so much. Welcome to Swahili Nation Network.
Yes.
To the education in the 21st century. We really appreciate your comments and your inputs in the comment section. I really appreciate this. It's awesome to have you on this platform, representing not just yourself but all the more than half the population of the planet. So thank you.
Well, thank you. Now I'm shy.
No,
but yeah, I read your article and was interesting. And on the human labor part, I was like, well, here we see that actually we do need a lot of human labor too, because there are a lot of jobs that you can't do with the machine.
Mm-hmm.
So, and now we have to get those people from outside, because
Mm-hmm.
everybody gets so highly educated and don't want to do those jobs.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the difficulty then here, Nobody wants to do the handwork anymore,
mm-hmm.
because it's not much valued, and you don't get a lot of pay, and everybody wants to go for the big paycheck then. So what's your view on that then?
See, the point I'm making is more like in relative terms. I'm not saying in absolute terms. In relative terms, but the point is, if you were to look at the history of industrialization, if you were to look at industrialization, the point is, like looking at so in predicting the future, it's always good to look at how the past has transpired. And this trend line is what is essentially what that is. So I'm looking at industrialization in Britain, and industrialization in, let's say, Europe proper, industrialization in the United States, industrialization in Asia, industrialization in China. Always what they have done over the course of the history that they require relatively much. They require much less labor.
Yeah.
Sorry. I don't know for some reason. Okay, they require much less labor than they've done. So the trend line always goes down, the need for labor. And the other component to it is that the economic term is productivity. The term productivity refers to producing more with less. Usually that less part is the labor part. So you go to, let's say, you go to a McDonald's, or like, probably McDonald's is a bad example. You go to, let's say, you go to a supermarket. I don't know where you live. Where do you live, actually?
Holland.
Holland.
Netherlands.
Yeah, Netherlands. So you go to a supermarket in Holland.
Yeah.
The labor inputs in that store from 20 years ago is different than it is right now. Right?
True.
I mean, there's all sort of other prevailing conditions, but over time, with improvements with a lot of improvement in the way things are processed from the back end, where you don't see, where as a customer you don't see, the back end is supply chain, from the supply chain, from the value chain, all the way to the cashier point, from the checkout point.
Yeah, a lot of that thing you can do by yourself now.
Yes,
that's true.
So that's the trend line.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to tell you is that if you follow that trend line, and then the next add 50 years to it, and add 100 years to it, add 200 years to it.
Yeah.
That's that's without considering machine learning, artificial intelligence, just as is, as the way things unfold as they are. So that's the point I'm trying to make out. But how? Reality, you're right. In reality, there's still a lot of jobs that are out there providing human labor, but that don't have, a lot of people are not interested in the value. It's like people are realizing I'm not as valued as much.
But what you also get here is that people have way too much free time now and too much money to so everybody wants to have a vacation.
Yeah.
And then the airports are overcrowded because the people that need to work there, well, they are not there. They are too short on people. So yeah, it's always it's not in balance then,
Yes.
The same thing is people that work at a desk. Well, the desks need to be cleaned, but not a lot of people want to do a cleaning job because you don't get paid much. So these people we get then from other countries.
I think I have a theory on that. I want to see your take on that. Very quick. My theory that it's not just the lack of payment that people are realizing, the lack of value.
Yeah.
How people feel valued.
That's also why they don't want to be a teacher, actually.
Yeah. If you are not valued, the way you feel valued, right? Pay is a key component of decision making. Yeah. But human beings, whether they actually are able to articulate it or not, they also value being valued, right? Whether it's some really sophisticated job that you're doing or very simplistic job you're doing, there's a human in there. The assumption is the labor that's coming in, but it's not the labor. The human is there. The person who has a child, who is a brother or a sister, or who has some kind of system. That all those things are part of the package, even though the economic doesn't take those things into consideration, right? But they do exist. But over time, increasingly, what people are feeling I don't feel valued in this space. And not just in terms of money, but in terms of as a human being, you get very, horrible bosses that treat you like crap, those are things are also an important component that are determining people's desire to be part of something, or they are part of it. I can't wait to get done with these things and move to something else. Also, I'll spend the next 3 years cleaning somebody's toilet, but I will take whatever necessary to educate myself, to learn something that will quickly get me out of the system. And that is also part of the equation, I think. What do you think?
That's true, I guess. But then still, if that person that does the cleaning will get like more education, who's going to clean then? You know, you still need that person.
No, the need is there. The need for cleaning is there, but like it's just that the value for it is changing. So that value, the value system that we have for that is changing.
How?
So like this is the way it is. So the way we value it, like basic meaning of work, the way the owners of that value. They say, I have a shop, okay? I have a cafe, right? I have a cafe, and then I have tables, okay? I own that, and I have hired people because they need a job, whatever life they want to live, but at least that pays for it, a little bit of that. So I have hired them, and cleaning that place is required for my customers' kind of like perception of how good my place is. So I need clean tables, clean setup, clean all of that.
Yeah.
But the person that you have hired has other values other than what you value. In the past, you can demand that they leave those things somewhere at home when they're at work. But nowadays, today's generations, they're not going to leave those things away from home, but they are well educated enough, they're well informed enough. You don't need to spend, 10, 15 years in education to recognize, like, as a human being, you have your own set of values and you carry them around with you.
Yeah.
And they bring those things to those places. So those hiring, those organizing, the entrepreneurs that are organizing land, labor, and capital are not fully versed enough in the labor component of it. So they see that person as a laborer. Nothing more. But that laborer is a human being. So the component of human being comes into play, and if you get a sense of you're getting mistreated, you get a sense of like your humanity is being, like you get a sense that the work dehumanizes you, then you tend to grow these frustrations, and then over time that frustration builds up into a point where, you know what, I can't do this anymore. I have to find other means of exiting, and it's a human nature to find an exit, and that exit usually means like people find education, learning, knowledge is a way out of it, and they go out there and learn something. There are people who, from absolutely nothing, with very little education or maybe high school educations, who've learned to become incredible coders because of experiences like that. So you haven't usually, like, you can't. So as organizer of that business, you get these high turnovers after turnovers and after turnovers, and turnovers cost money. They cost the company a lot of money, and then they run business down, and the business is closed. The business become less relevant, and they get overtaken by corporate businesses that are more efficient, and much more efficient in this organization part, and are much more capable of organizing these elements. Like Starbucks do human resource department on.
Yeah, but not necessarily that coffee is better,
No, exactly. Not necessarily because the coffee is better.
It's overvalued actually because of the branding.
Yeah, exactly. You pay more, and you end up paying more, and that's what happens eventually. So
you need the love in it, in the coffee.
I know. I cannot. Like seriously, like I cannot even stand Starbucks anymore. Like I can't. One overpaid, overpriced.
Yeah.
And
it doesn't even taste anymore like coffee.
No, so they can take pound of Ethiopian coffee, and sell it for $18.
Yeah.
Okay.
Crazy, right?
And then and the value of the actual value of producing, growing that coffee, caring for that coffee, harvesting it, doing all of that part of it, makes sense.
Yeah, I've shared that story with Ebenezer, I guess, about the coffee.
Yeah. And then they do that. So why would I pay $18 for a company that doesn't value the coffee itself? Only value the packaging of it.
The branding, actually.
The branding of it, you know. So
Yeah.
I mean, so we digress, but the point is just the world is changing. My point in the article is the world is changing. It's changing,
yeah, that's true.
and then it's changing, and then this is going that way.
Yeah, and you need to anticipate on that. That's true.
And then so that anticipation, and I'm saying that my hypothesis is that education is inherently built in about the future. So like whatever education that you had, like growing up, it was about your future. Whether somebody thought, oh, this is linked to that future or not, that's something else. Whether they were intentional about it or not, that's something else. Whether you like it or not, whatever schooling that you had was about the future. If you're learning to read and write, it's about the future, so that you can read and write in the future. If you're learning to code, it's so that you can produce something in the future. If you're learning to draw, so that you can do something. I say that into, and education is already inherently about the future. Now let's make an alignment. Let's be intentional about aligning it. But as we align it, let's focus on, which is more important one. Humanizing education should be the prevailing direction of the education system that we think about ahead. And then that works not just for Africa, it's everywhere. And whether you are Netherlands or Sweden or Argentina or South Africa, Botswana or Ethiopia, anywhere you go, it should be ultimately, it should be about the future is going to depend more on being humans. So like, you know, like stewardship of the environment is important, right? I mean, that's an important thing that we think about ahead. In the next 20, 50 years, we have to be better steward of our environment.
True.
That's the future. Then education, how does it achieve that? Like, how do you become better steward of the future? It is essentially being more human. The more human you are, that's my that's my hypothesis. I'm not going to make a claim that this is a fact. I'm going to claim that at least I have my hypothesis. The more human you are, the better you are for the environment. And to me, education should have that kind of part of stewardship along with it. Right? So that's the kind of alignment. Like so we're talking about, let's say, we need to figure out a way to bring equity in the world. Equity, economic equity, social equity, political equity, spiritual equity. All of those things must be really thought about, right? Must be thought about. As in the next 50 years, those things will become important.
I think there's going to be a lot of change in the next 50 years then.
Yes. So if the child that's going to school today, who's going to
live in a totally different world.
After 50 years, how are they going to deal with that? So we need to sprinkle all of these things into the education system. That's what I'm saying. And then we need to think about it. So we're reimagining education in alignment with the kind of future. That's what it is. Sam says, what do you mean by more human?
More human as what?
Yeah, more human. So
he should come up now, right?
Yeah, come again?
Talk about it, Sam.
Yeah, talk about it. Come in and join. You guys, hey.
Come and join. If you have the time to type, then you have the time to talk, right?
Yeah, please. Hey, so
you can just see 10 minutes or something, right? Make your point.
Yeah, Sam, you hear that? Sam, please.
If I can do it, I'm just walking my dog now. Like,
is that easy?
No, not that easy, but it's workable. And I hope the wind is not too much.
No, it's all right.
And it's still dry.
You manage it. So I don't know, Sam. I don't know if you heard that. See, it's like no matter how difficult it is, it's as simple as walking your dog and chatting. So when we say more human, it means that it's essentially in the article, I took, at least I briefly highlighted, it says inherent human qualities. Inherent human qualities are like, creativity, imaginations are inherent to us. That means that we are built into it. How far we take it is based on the learning that we do, right? But we are inherently, basically, human beings are basically a function of imaginations, a function of creativity, a function of resilience, a function of
And
vision.
actually education should be about that, to inspire the creativity and stuff like that, right? That's
Yes,
what
that's
you mean.
essentially what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
education at the moment is what I say in the article. At the moment, all of that is by accident. If you end up somebody who's incredibly artistic, like out there, it's more a function of the person's resilience, character, and the deep connection to the art than it is the function of the education system. You know what? There's something about we need to create a system, a method for which we can embellish that and help that person nurture those qualities. It's more like as if somebody is incredibly brilliant mathematician, it's more a function of their personal inherent quality, their determination, their character, less of the education system doing the job.
But for a teacher to really know that about their students, you should also have not too many students in a class, right?
Absolutely. We need to change that. It needs to be that one-on-one kind of person feeling. It needs to feel like a child is getting that one-on-one attention. The learner is feeling that. And the educator must feel like I have moment and time to help catalyze. And the role of an educator and the role of education becomes less of like filling stuff in, shaping and molding and carving out things. Oh, this is bad habit, a good habit. Becomes more about catalyzing. Becomes more about helping, becoming more like an enzyme-like action, as opposed to like an active agent in the formation and the shape of the person, more like a catalyst helping them emerge. Because a human being doesn't just get born; it has to emerge. Humanity has to emerge, and the emergence is a lot of ups and downs. There's a lot of there's a lot of trial and tribulation that we go through it in our life. Eventually, we get it. We all do it. We all actually eventually come to the conclusion of that humanity eventually. But what I'm saying is that instead of getting there eventually through the course of just pure, coincident actions and incident and opportunities, it's more like intentionally designed, intentionally organized to help unearth that component of humanity in us as early as possible, as quickly as possible, so that we will that transcendence to full expression of humanity. That transcendence to that is achieved much quicker, much faster, much more organized, much more deliberately than as opposed to like as a counter culture, as a counter to a system. So you don't want a child get there as a rebel, as a rebellion to the system. And like the system has to be inherently so adapted to the humanity that's basically what I'm saying. I think it makes sense. Hopefully, it makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. Yeah. I was just reading what Sam was, but he should come up, It's not easy to read all those texts.
Exactly. I guess like you write so well, and you guys write so well. Like sometimes I look like a fool because I want to talk about, but I see something interesting, and I just can't help it. But I want to read it. Like.
Yeah. Want to be on top of it, right? Let's see.
Yeah. So even Sam, Sam says, I'm afraid that the current education system in the West are designed to meet a current objective, which is what I said in the article as well. It's basically, but to me, what I propose to you, even that objective is not fully met. You look at Western systems, you go to Western education systems, relative differences here and there, those exist, but in large part they don't succeed. They don't succeed in fully realizing even its own current objectives. the learning outcomes. So if you look at the Swedish education system and you look at what their learning outcomes, the relative success is a relative success to compare to other countries. But but other than that, there's still problems.
Well, we get even more and more young people, like just out of their studies, they're becoming burnout, right?
Yes.
Because of the high pressure and demand that's been asked from them.
Exactly, because the demand of the current economy is so, like, the way it is, what is success right now is so, like, and the young people are learning without having to go through the education system. That's another thing. There's a growing trend right now. You have to see the TikTok generations, the hip hop generations, the TikTok generations, and the technologies, the generation. It's like content creations, content creativity. Those things are paying off so much that a lot of people are just beginning to see, whether to the degree to which they are successful as something else, how successful they are as another thing, but they are at least seeing that that's a better place to go. And then that's increasingly happening.
True. And that's also, I think a bit strange, right? That somebody that's, you see that a lot by, actually people that they work in an office or something, they are highly educated and they get like overpaid.
Yeah.
And then they get somebody that does for them, like for instance, they make their house or something that they cannot do themselves. And then they are arguing about their payment, And then I'm like, well, your hourly payment is much more than this person that does it with his hands, Yeah. And then you're arguing about what he needs to be paid. So yeah, that kind of change in the society is not nice, that people don't value then the things that they cannot do themselves, to pay somebody else just a fair pay as well, because they get way too much paid for something that's, well, not measurable, that it's contributing anything to the society sometimes, right?
Yeah, I mean, to me, I feel like we are in kind of like an inflection point right now in the way the world is. And an inflection point. My hypothesis is that Africa is in a much better position to experiment on this than the Western countries are. Because the footprints on Africa, this so-called education system, is not as deep and not as kind of like endearing as the footprint of the system everywhere else. So we can experiment and figure out the education system that's much more suitable, much more humane, because we are not really embedded in the system for all sort of reasons. And I've talked about all the reasons out there.
So when are you going to be the Minister of Education in Africa then?
I don't think like people see a minister in me. Minister of Education is
more in a think tank then or something, like to help them.
But like to me, like Minister of Jobs usually they are like there's a political element to the job that you do.
I get it. So, that's not desirable.
I'm not great at politics.
No, but it can be refreshing if you're straightforward, even if you're in politics. We need that in politics,
If you are like straightforward, you're like the party and blah blah, and I'm sure, and then you are too ambitious to be a prime minister or president or prince or king, and then you get into those kind of political, tensions, right? So so
better work from the background then.
Better work on education. Better work on education.
Yeah.
So one of the reasons why this is my personal point of view, why I went into education. And when I was young, I wanted to be a leader. I wanted to be the prime minister. I always thought I'm better than the prime minister
Well, the current, I don't know.
Like when I was 15 or 16, I would listen to Prime Minister Meles give his speech, and he's supposed to be a very intelligent guy, you know, like at least as a perspective. And I was like, I used to think like that's not smart. That's serious, like not any malice. It's just like pure, young, overconfident kind of sense of things. Like, you can do better that from that perspective. So, we got somebody here. So I'm gonna add him. Wanda Tezi is here. Thank you, Wanda Tezi, for joining us. So I wanted to be president, but so I said to myself, by the time I'm 34, so he was 36 when he became prime minister. So I said, when I'm 34, I want to be the prime minister of Ethiopia. But when that 30s come, and my 30s come, and I started reflecting on that, and I started seeing the problems are so deep-rooted. The problems are so profoundly deep. It's not politics at all. It's not managing the now that's the problem.
Yeah.
Managing the future is understanding where we come from, understanding what we have, and then really projecting to that future. I started seeing like this is the problem in Ethiopia have hundreds of years of problems. That things have not like issues that have not been resolved in a long period of time. Issues that are fundamental. And so in order to resolve these fundamental issues, education inspired leadership is important.
Yeah.
Inspired leadership in the sense that somebody who says, this is 100 this is my 10-year. That's what I saw. So I saw education. Okay, so it will take about 100, 200 years to resolve many of the fundamental issues, but we need to recognize generational elements of resolving the problem, the generational component of resolving it. Hence, working on education, that means the next generation of leaders who can not only see that, not just become ambitious, but recognize the limitation as well. Being human is also knowing your limitations. Like when I talk about humanity, I'm not talking about in hyperbole, like, oh, humanity is this perfect angel. No, humanity is in all of it, bad and good. Things we don't know that we don't know. And that element of humanity being educated, like I said, informing the next generation is that knowing not just only what I am ambitious about, but the limit of my ambitions. That element of immortality, that sense of immortality should be part of education. That's why I experimented on many of the education systems that I worked on, is really trying to see how do I get the next generation of actors and impactors and to making a difference in a way that is much more, I would say, much more reasonable, much more practical, much more realistically. So then I saw that I would better be in education than anything else.
Yeah.
Thank you. Welcome to the show.
So I'm going to leave you then, and I'll just be in the chat. I've done my round with my dog. So
before you go, your last word.
My last word?
Yeah, well, last few words if you have.
My last word. Yeah, let's make them count, right? Well, I think you're right that education is key to better development, more opportunities. That's true, and I hope you get more people aboard then to actually set something up then to get it working, the new education system, and perhaps we can learn something too here. Right?
That's why. Thank you. I mean, that's exactly what it is, Merit. This is the exact reason why I have this show. Like, I just realized I can't do it. It's just, I just saw the limit of what I'm able to do, what I'm capable of doing. It requires a much broader set of minds and capable. It doesn't have to be in total argument with me. It can have its own angle and dimensions to it, but ultimately, that's what I was thinking about, and I really appreciate you for coming in.
Yes.
For being
well
with your presence. Okay.
Thank you, and talk later. Okay, bye.
Yeah. How are you, Professor Ezra? And oh, she's left. So I was just I've just read your article, which is glorious. I really enjoyed reading it. And
oh, really?
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good article, but you really showing us how to do this. Huh? Maybe we should all be writing our own articles. But I was curious
write
about
articles and send me. I'll post them.
yeah. Oh, definitely now. I was curious about what you're talking about, the education for the future. When you're talking about an automated future, I don't know. Maybe maybe I've already discussed it or covered it. I was curious, what will be the education then? Then what will be the significance of education in an automated future? How will it? Because I'm sure right now, as you stated in your article, it's based on work, maybe training to do some sort of job. So if in the future it is automated, what will be education for? Or will it become like it was before, that it was just a preview of maybe a specific class of people, and the rest are just uneducated, because or apprenticeship? I don't know. I'm just curious. What is your view?
Yeah, I think that's a very good question. I try to hint at some kind of answer in the article. So sometimes, when writing this article, sometimes I don't go too far deep into what I'm thinking. Just give hints in terms of it, so that it's not stationary. It's not like all set in stone. So, but like the hint I give, this is the hint I give. Then education becomes more about humanization. So I took my inspiration from Paulo Freire. Okay, Paulo Freire is an incredible author in the education, the pedagogy of the oppressed. You can go Google it out. Of the oppressed is the book that I get inspiration. I'm just typing it down so that you can see. His name is Paulo. He's a Brazilian. Okay. Is the spelling? I don't know if spelling is correct. Yeah. Apparently, Google spelling knows how to spell Freire. So his name is Paulo Freire. He talks at length about education should be about humanization. I agree with him in most part, in large part. And then, so education becomes about humanizing. It means what are inherent human qualities. So it becomes about inherent human qualities. And the inherent human qualities, there's certain things that are common with us, amongst us. There's something that you and I have in common. Our neurons, in terms of wiring, because of our connected DNA and genetics, in some neural level, at the neuron level, there's certain things you and I can share. We share that are inherent to us. But there are certain things that are unique to you and I. And then part of that uniqueness is not just in it comes from our DNA, but it's in large part in terms of our experience, in terms of our perspective, in terms of the position we are, where we are, in terms of all of that combined together. So then education becomes more and more about catalyzing and organizing and channeling that humanity. I don't know if that makes sense. So that then becomes more about that. It becomes more about entrepreneurships. It becomes more about creativity. It becomes more about stewardship. It becomes more about family, creation. It's about becomes about more create. When we say creativity, sometimes people think about creativity is about art and drawing. Creativity at the heart of it is more about creation, creating something. So I think I'm one of those people who believe that we are part of God's work of eternal creation. So we are instrument of that eternal creation. I know that's a little bit of a leap to say, but we have inherently, we have built-in creative force that we all share. And then creativity is not, but it's you know, it's so like, you know, the way we understand creativity, the language itself, the way it's used is so narrow. It's all about creativity in the space of art, design, and then, you know, aesthetics. The creativity is much more profound, much more deeper, much more inherent, much more sophisticated than that. So then an education that becomes about humanity will be about helping catalyze that creative force, whatever that shape it is, whatever that form it is, whatever form and shape that comes from. Since we are also a community, since we have regulations and laws, and we share space, we share air, we share these planets, we also have to have an education that is educating the values and the virtues of the community within which we find ourselves. So that kind of a combination of helping and channel the individual agency and the community agency, and this essentially becomes about that. I don't know if that is a good way, but the specific of it, the specific like detail, like this is how the operational. When I say the specific, I'm talking about the operationalization of it. Cannot be detailed out in this show, this platform. How to do these things cannot specifically, oh, this is how you do this is how you do. You can't do that. How doesn't work like that. You can only think maybe five or six steps, because the way how unfolded is through time, and time and space has its own input into the process, and you have to give at least some kind of room in the variables that you deal with, room for time. So 5 years down the line, there will be things that will emerge in terms of the forces of creativity and imaginations of humanity at the time that you want to allow into as part of a factor into the resolution of what the problem is solving right now. But that said, you know, to an extent that you can figure out on how to operationalize, as far as you can see, you can operationalize, but there's certain things you cannot operationalize. But anyways, hopefully that answers a little bit of the question that you asked me.
Yeah. You answered, and I'm curious about when you talk about. I've heard what you're saying about maybe the humanity and all, but when you talk about the current education system, and if I think maybe they are also, I don't know what you think, but are they not trying to attempt that also in the current education
It's
system?
not intentional. It's by accident. My experience is more like an accident, not a like a well thought out. Like, you know, no, that's not. It's not really like that. Does that make
Okay,
sense?
if I let me give maybe an example, like in the universities. Yeah, I don't know if this is like common globally, but I'm assuming it is that like there are common courses like philosophy, perhaps even sociology, and all these are not usually not, they're just common. All the courses you do, whatever you're doing, you will have to come across a lecturer in philosophy, at least maybe for one semester. So is that not an attempt to show to do all that, like, because you know that's where I learned maybe Maslow's hierarchy of needs, things like those.
Yeah.
Are they no? So I don't know. Is that not an attempt over there? Or what?
I think like I'm not dismissing the current system. Education system doesn't make any attempts, and it does make an attempt, but it's organizing principles as what I'm looking at. More like what is the organizing principle of that system that you went through is to turn you into this productive input. You are a reduction. You are a reduced version of who you are, which is labor. The very specific things that you put out into the system is what you are reduced to. That's the crack of it. Yes, those things do exist to an extent that you want to actualize, you want to fulfill your true human potential, like in that journey of self-actualization, whether like in the systematic or not systematic, they're there. They do exist. They're not hidden from you. Right? So like, you know, there's elements. So you can take philosophy courses and you can take those things, but there's a sense of a degree of value assigned to them that kind of misaligns them from the bigger sense of what is the ultimate essence. What is the ultimate essence of being a fully actualized person beyond the scope of that classroom? What is it for every human being in this planet? Imagine if we have 8 billion people that are much more on self-actualized journey, much more in line and then much more aligned with the self-actualized journey, with more intent, like more intentionally designed education system. What would be the result of it? That, as opposed to where somehow through the accident of your journey in life, you run into this, and then you're just a small fraction of that society that tend to understand and appreciate it and be even more intentional about it. What is the difference in that? And that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, yeah. You've made some great points. I'm playing devil's. Let me play the devil's advocate.
Be continue to be the devil's advocate. But the point becomes even clearer because of that. I appreciate that.
Okay. So you know how you've talked about the aspect of labor, and I'm curious because when you talk about labor, the aspect of labor probably came into play maybe with the, I don't know, I might be wrong, but came probably with the rise of capitalism. That was when labor became a thing and became like a huge factor.
Yep.
And labor. So I'm curious because before that labor became a huge factor, education was not. Education wasn't as accessible as it was before capitalism needed labor to be educated, right? So I'm curious.
It wasn't industrialized.
Yeah?
Education was there, but it wasn't as industrialized as it is right now. Okay.
Yeah, no, education was there. Oh, okay, yeah, education was there, but I'm talking about. I think I'm giving this. Probably I'm not doing it justice. I'm giving it the European perspective.
Yeah.
I know African. We had a different system of education, but I'm talking about the modern education which originated from Europe. That where education was like a preview of the privileged, right? Where reading and writing really, you had to be really privileged to be able to read and write. And before that was before labor. Then labor came into play through capitalism. That now labor needed to be educated for it to be more productive, right? So I'm curious. Obviously, when there's also the part of I think one of the parts where socialism and capitalism intersect or overlap is actually in labor, because they both agree that labor needs to be healthy, and labor needs to be like the mental health of, I'm talking about the health of labor. Those are just one of the few places where capitalism and socialism overlap and agree that people to be healthy, we need people to be in their right mindset, we need people to be calm. Because we need them to be, because when they're all this, they are more productive. So I'm curious, when you talk about the education dedicated to labor, is it really a bad thing?
No, I don't think it's a bad thing. No, I don't think it's like, I wouldn't say it's a bad thing. Or I wouldn't say it's a good thing either. I think, to me, the problem is not that. The problem is the way the capitalist socialists understand labor, devoid of the humanity. The human is devoid. It's like it is not it's not inside. The labor is more, the capitalists and the socialists are fighting over the extent to which how well a labor is appreciated or treated or mistreated, blah blah. That's what it is. How much is valued, how much not valued, how much labor is valued or not valued. But that discussion inherently misses out the grand component of the labor, which is the one carrying the labor, the human carrying the labor, the human who thinks, the human who is capable of creating history. That human is part of the creation of history, is a component of the human. The Paulo Freire has this incredible quote that says the difference between human beings and other things, other species, is that we are creatures of history. We are creatures of history. That means, and he explains it, we're not just experiencing history, but we actually actively participating in the creation of history. So that human element of it is just not figured, either left or right of the center of discussion. It's all like, how can we train labor? How can it be more productive? And then there's nothing wrong with that. But what I'm trying to tell you is that like that element of thinking of labor is running into a course, kind of like a dead end. It's like I'm predicting that in the next 50, 100 years, it will run into a dead end. And the dead end is simply that the automation part becomes more intelligent. It's not just smart, more intelligent. Hence, the intelligence means that you can substitute intelligence functions in the labor component. And increasingly, that's the direction that we're in. We have already like demonstrable results from like medical field to legal field to everything in between. Where we're not just talking about automation, we're talking about intelligent automation, smart and intelligent automation that takes into consideration the human element of labor. The human element of labor, which now when we're talking about production, we talk about that three things. You have an economic background, I'm sure. The three things that we're talking about. I mean, of course, there are four, but the three things that we're talking about, the inputs, the key inputs, the land, labor, and capital. That component, the labor component of it, is the one that increasingly becomes less and less valuable, relatively less and less valuable, because the labor becomes more productive. And how does labor become more productive? You're adding more and more machine to it. But what happens is that over the course of time, the way capitalism goes, capitalism is going to go for efficiency, pure and simple. It's always going to go for efficiency, and that's what you want capitalism to do. I mean, if you are somebody who is a capitalist, who believes in capitalism as a tool, instrument of allocation of resources, is efficiency you're looking at. And the next level of efficiency has already arrived. It's just a matter of growing. Scale is what is missing. What I'm telling you about artificial intelligence, smart intelligence, kind of workforce that is not a human being has already arrived. We already are living in it. The difference right now is the scale at which it has grown, has taken. So the intelligent surgeon already exists. The intelligent diagnosis already exists. The intelligent legal advisor already exists. That's not human. None of us are human. The intelligent business analysts, from stock market to crypto to microeconomics, they all do exist. The machines that can do those things do exist. The neural systems that can do exist. What is missing is scale, and the scale is a matter of time. It's not a matter of when. No, it's not a matter of if. It's a matter of when. And somebody's working. I'm sure people are figuring the scale out. Like part of the scale depends on computational scale capability. Computational capability. We're talking about how we are able to, the computational capability of that depends on, traditional computing or new, like quantum computing, that allows you to calculate zillions of times instantaneously, like universal scale kind of computing skills. Those things are becoming once we have those figured out, then we're no longer talking about like how do you combine the existing labor with machines. It would be like, how do you combine machine with just raw materials? from mining the raw materials, from farming the raw materials, from building the raw materials, to really producing the goods and services. And that's where the capitalism will go. That's a natural evolution of capitalism. It will go to that direction. It will just find a way to eliminate, because it has already eliminated huge portion of labor over the past 100 years. It has done it. It's not just, I'm not talking about machine has done it. Machine, the tractor came in and has made it less labor intensive. So with 3% of the populations in developed countries, 3% of the population involved in farming, they can not only produce enough food to feed themselves, they produce surplus. And then you go to like country like Ethiopia, we have close to 80% of the population involved in labor. It cannot produce enough food to feed itself. Sorry to badmouth my country, but that's fact. That is changing. That's changing because not just smart intelligent stuff, just machine being a part of the equation. But the nature of where the machines are going is what I'm taking you, and that's what I'm actually pointing at. I don't know if that all makes sense.
Yeah. It makes sense. It makes sense. But now, what? Let me continue to say that. Okay.
Continue. I love it.
You're talking about what when you take down labor, because labor is not just. I understand when you talk about the tractor, I've understood, but obviously, you have to see also that the tractor also has created some labor opportunities in another.
Yes.
So, but now when you say a future where labor has been taken down, there is no labor, as in, the whole dynamics. It's not just labor is not just one resource. It's to quote Adam Smith himself, labor is the true source of wealth, right? Like without that is the true source of wealth. So if we take it away and we say now it's automated, it's no longer labor, because now it's machine, because labor is defined as a human resource. It is so if you take it away, it's no longer a machine. And I'm curious also, because the dynamics of the world is from producer to consumer, and labor is I think labor plays both, right? At some point, labor plays both.
That's how that's how the cycle works. Yeah, right? You produce and you consume. So there's a cyclical relationship. Okay.
So you see how it's very fundamental. So if you take it away, I don't know how the system. I don't know what happens there.
This is what it is. This is very interesting. It's a very good question. This is a really good question. You said Adam Smith said the source of wealth is labor, right?
Yeah.
Right. And then look at it from another flip script. Okay. From a capitalist perspective, the less they have to pay for labor, while getting more out of labor, and that's what we call in economics productivity. The word productivity is essentially less with more, for more. Less, you put less in for more. That's what productivity is. The more productive a society is, the less labor is needed. That means you are using whatever little labor that you have to make the more out of it. Because capital doesn't cost a lot of money. In relation to labor, cost of capital and scale is almost fraction. It's almost a fraction. So if you are let's say if you are in a coffee shop, and then that machine that you have that does the coffee, right? That does the coffee for you, and the person that's standing there, playing with the buttons, if that person can produce more coffee, espresso coffee to sell to customers, then that's less that you have to pay, and that's more wealth for you. So whoever is organized, the organizer the wealthy person is the one that controls more than one factors of product. That's the basic economic principle, right? So the wealthy one, the wealth creator, is the one that controls more than one factors of product. that is land, labor, and capital. So you're owning more than one factor. Most of the times, the entrepreneurs control the land and the capital. They don't own the labor. The entrepreneur, the laborer owns the labor. They are renting that out. So what's the entrepreneur's job is to maximize what they can get out of that part that they don't own, which is the labor part. That's optimize it. And optimization in economics, in the simple capitalist economies, simple in very simple basic terms, optimization is it costs you less, you get more. So the increasing trend line of machines being able to do what the labor part does, which is already transpired, right? Like the tractor example is a great example, which already transpires, and which is a reality in most of our case in our life, right? I'm not coming up. I'm not conjuring like a fact here. It's the fact of life. So the more tractors you have, the less farmers you need, right? But there is not enough manufacturing job to truly replace that job. The job that's lost in the farming. There's not enough. It's never going to be enough. In due time, so you're going to create so much wealth to be able to pay for the welfare of your population, but not necessarily to be able to replace the jobs that have been lost. But what I'm telling you, that the more machines are intelligent, the more labor-like they're going to be. Then the new wealth creator will be the machines. Then what happens is that, what costs you, a finger or two, now becomes, a fingernail. That's literally, sorry for the kind of metaphor, but really literally that's what it is. Essentially, if a machine can do complex heart surgery, if a machine can learn a machine learning that they're training somewhere in the world, they're doing that already. They're training this machine to do complex surgery, and then from the best surgeons out there, it learns from them. All the learning, like they have all these techniques that they use to do the learning, and then it learns within hours. If you can do that, what societies cost them to train that surgeon 12 years, to train not just through schooling, but through experience, through iteration of doing all sort of surgery, to do 12 to 15 and 20 years to make them the top surgeons out there. And you can train that in 12 hours. You can literally see costs just plummeting down. And then which hospital in the world right now is not thinking of adopting something like that? Who like I'm talking about in the capitalist sense, which hospital out there is not thinking, okay, hope, it's not praying that this thing works. And so what it does, that labor, so the machine becoming increasingly intelligent is becoming that they are becoming not just a substitute to the things that we do, they're becoming a substitute to the very fact that we are the input. That is the danger that I'm pointing at. Essentially, that's what I'm arriving at. I'm sorry, I'm thinking aloud as I'm speaking. I'm also thinking this process out. But thank you for permitting me to think.
Yeah, it's okay.
But what I'm telling you is that what they're doing is they're not. So right now they are replacing functions, okay, of what labor does with automation, right? But with intelligence added to the automation, they're not just replacing your function as a labor, but they are replacing you as a labor. And and so then the next question that you talk about, how does that affect the value system? That's where we have to, so reimagining and re-envisioning is all about that. Some people have talked about universal income, universal payment, because the economy still creates wealth. So there's wealth being created, but the problem is that it's going to concentrate in those people who own the critical factors of products. land. When I say land, I don't mean land. You know, as economists, when we say land, we mean in a broad sense of what land represents, but which is the natural resources, everything. But so the two components, the land and capital part, those who own those things are going to have much more. That's why you see in the world the huge disparity, because the growing productivity of these two components and the decreasing value of humans as input into that production is creating the imbalances in the economy, and the way the economy, the world, the distribution of wealth. So societies have to figure out, how do we recirculate that? So we need that consumption, because that consumption is needed for the capitalists. The capitalists need that consumption. So this machine, this thing that's produced, instead of costing Apple $110, I think that's how much it cost them to make this, $110, and they sell it for $1,000, right? So instead of costing them 110, so the new thing I'm talking about, we're talking about a fraction of cents. That's it. That's how much it's gonna be able to reduce it. When you have fully automated manufacturing, fully intelligent manufacturing, the intelligence is so interconnected to the web of, like, even now, like, it's so connected. The machine is so connected to even to our social media habits and behavior. It can even begin to think about, like, oh, the next future design that is much more acceptable in the next 5 years. Even to that extent, it could go that far. You never know. But so the more intelligent that design is, that machine, they're already doing that, with the gigafactory of Tesla. That's what they are working on. So the more intelligent that is, the less labor is there, and that less labor is going to create that imbalance in the economy. And how do you resolve that? Some people are talking about the universal income, like a monthly stipend to be paid to every citizen of the person, every citizen of this planet. So all we do, we get paid, we consume, and we pursue whatever we think we pursue. If somebody is interested in just their lifelong pursuit is just they want to camp in every forest that's existent on the planet, and they love the environment. If that's what they pursue, that's what they pursue. If somebody is interested in just art, drawing, and the artistic expression of music and art, if somebody is just interested in interrogating knowledge, and they just want to be like Plato, like Aristotle, like, and they just want to sit down and just talk their way out for hours, and then don't worry about the payment. So, by the way, I'm talking about the next 100 and 200 years. I'm not talking about today and tomorrow. I'm looking at very far out into the future. So don't misunderstand me here, okay? But that said, I don't know, like, to an extent that hopefully I've managed to answer your questions, but please feel free to keep interrogating me.
Yeah. Actually, I have actually submitted some theories, maybe.
Yeah.
But let me start by, if you look at the, in this world where there is universal income,
yeah,
will there be poor people and rich people? Because I don't know how will be the dynamics. Will there be poor people and rich people?
There will not be destitute people. There will not be destitute people. If we pursue an education system that humanizes a human being, that recognizes their true inherent humanity, they're not gonna choose destitute. To me, this is a very controversial point of view. To an extent, we choose our poverty. The reason why Africa is poor is all these other reasons. All these other factors exist. Okay, they're not devoid of the influence, the misalignment in the system, the world, all over the capitalism, the exploitation, all of these do exist. But there's also a part that I, as a person, as an individual, and we as a community in our agency have chosen to partake in. So we choose, let's say, we choose to accept the notion that we are tribal. Meanwhile, the reality that we are not. The reality is that we are human. But the perception we choose to accept as Africans more often than not is our tribalism. And we blame, oh, we are tribal because our politicians assigned it to us. No. There's a part the politician plays in assigning you. There's a part you play as individuals and as community in accepting that. So in humanizing education, what I propose in that humanizing education is essentially what it does that over time, it empowers that inherent human quality to be able to tell the extent to which I'm able is my responsibility, the extent to which my responsibility ends. That I'm not capable of affecting, impacting. It's a result, a factor, a function of community. That ability to recognize that ability to recognize is part of it. So because of that the education system I'm proposing, if it works out, what it does, it empowers the inherent human quality to distinguish parts that I play, parts I don't play. And in the choices that I make that are dependent on me, that are mutually exclusive, and the choices that are not mutually exclusive. Decisions that are mutually exclusive, decisions that are not mutually exclusive. A part that I'm part of the universal, and a part that's not part of the universal. Whatever part of it I'm part of a subset, or whatever part of it that I'm not part of a subset, to be more mathematical here. So that is what it does. So over time, what it does that it would allow us to be able to fulfill human journey that is inherently built into us, and in that fulfillment of it will, in a sense, kind of how we'll have a baseline. We'll have to have a baseline. We'll have to result in a baseline. So now all of this is theoretical. I'm not talking about like as a belief system. I don't want to tell people this as if I believe it, but I want, in the large part, it's not a proven thing. But I want to tell you as a proposition that if given this, given my experience and given my background and given the experience of humanity, like if we achieve a certain threshold of humanity in our education system, people would not choose poverty. They will recognize poverty and they will say that I don't want that poverty. Whether it's intellectual poverty, material poverty, or spiritual poverty, they will choose away from it. Given rational ability to recognize it, given the intellectual ability to appreciate it and see it, which is inherent in all humanity, they will dwell. Be tribalism, like if I am intelligent enough, I will know that something when something is tribal and when something is not tribal. So that's what I think. That's essentially part of the answer comes from the education system humanizing us, and then being human, we will find a way to set a minimum threshold. That minimum threshold means that there will be no poverty. Abject poverty will not be in a society. It doesn't mean we are in heaven. It means that material poverty, people not being able to feed themselves, people not being able to access basic healthcare, people not being able to access basic infrastructure would not be something of an issue to deal with. But the inequality, the disparity between the rich and the poor, that human problem, that like being human is also part of it, that we're always going to have problems. We're not creating utopia. When I say humanity, humanizing education, I don't mean Ethiopia, but I don't mean Ethiopia. I don't mean Ethiopia. I mean utopia. I'm not talking about a utopia word. I'm talking about humanity means recognizing the fallibility of humanity. So we are going to be struggling and falling apart in some aspect of our relationship among ourselves and then with ourselves, within ourselves and among ourselves, up, and so there's always going to be disparity, inequity, but there's going to be a basic minimum threshold on which we can stand if we figure this out.
Yeah, okay. You've talked. That's actually interesting because when it comes to human nature, I think that's a. I think people tend to not. When people describe human nature, they always describe the positives and not the
Yeah.
negatives of me. So, like you see, I don't know if you can teach somebody not to be greedy, because they will still be greedy people.
Yeah.
I don't know if they'll teach people to be. So, when it comes to maybe
So,
even jealous or conflicts, yeah.
let me just take on the greed part. There's an aspect of greed that is essentially powerfully important and useful. So the attempt to teach greed out of our system is a false goal. What it does is it creates a distortion, and that distortion prevents people from seeing reality and true reality. Greed is a key instrument of being a human. That's how we create the tools and instruments to survive. That's how we create the tools and instruments to thrive. Okay? So greed is not entirely all bad things. All like this notion of virtue and vice, and then we put greed in the vice section, and then let's totally eliminate that. It is, to me, that's a godlike part of our humanity that is always interfering in our efforts. And only what it does is that it only distorts. It prevents us from truly utilizing. I want a degree of greed that within reason that is acceptable in a shared community. Because there's a community that we have, there's an element of greed that I want those greedy people to go out there and say, you know what, like if really we need this, we can monetize this, we can optimize this, we can create this, we could make some So let's say I create an incredible design phone, but the greedy person comes in and is like, this is how you can monetize it. That's how it is. The greedy ones are the ones who help you monetize it. So inherently, there's more like our determination of what that inherent quality is causing us a problem, but it's not the inherent quality that's a problem. The way we attribute that inherent quality as greed, the attribution that we give it is the problem. But where does it come from? From which part of our humanity does greed come from? If we understand it and say, you know what, there's this element of quality of greed that is not a vice, that is actually a virtue of being a human being, that could be used and channeled for this purpose. So let me give you an idea of how some societies do it. Like in a society like the US, they've given the greedy ones a prison cell called Wall Street. That's what they have a cell, and they operate within that prison cell. I mean, it can be wealthy and all of that, but their greed has a limit. And look at them. Look at how they optimize the economy. So there are societies that have taken those human qualities. Of course, they perverted them. I can tell you that there's a perversion element to it. Okay, there's no question about the perversion element of it. But that said, to me, like those are the things I'm talking about. Like when we say humanizing, it's also really reevaluating the whole thing of what we consider bad and good, and then like see where it comes from, and kind of really finding a way to channel them as society. Now that's a function of a community. That should be the function of a community, is to come together and say, like, you know what, there's this element of it that's good, and this element of that's bad. That is not going to work for us as a group. We are not going to accept this. This is how we're going to channel it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but now when it talks about greed also, there's also the aspect of exploitation, right?
Yes.
So I don't know when this is why I feel like I don't know when there will be a time. I don't think there will ever be a time when labor cannot be exploited. I don't know I don't know what you think, but there will always be a chance where labor probably has to be exploited, right? And also when he talks about human resource, I mean, yeah, resources, natural resources. like their definition is that they are scarce, right? One of the that is like something that, so I don't know, we cannot achieve. I don't know if we, since they are scarce already, how do we go about like saying that maybe even efficiency will probably be to our detriment, right? Because now
Well,
we'll be
scarcity, I'm
depleting.
going to challenge your economy's definition of scarcity. By the way, economics is a pseudoscience. It's not full science. It's
Yeah,
part science, a part fake science. There's a lot of fake science in it. The notion of all resources are scarce and wants are limited, that notion is very questionable. Wants are not unlimited. This like if I add time and space to it, if I add time and space to the equations, that notion completely evaporates. So resources are not scarce in time and space. If you think about it clearly, in time and space, resources are not scarce. But if I am asking for one thing right now, it might be scarce. But over time, it's not. So we need to really get rid of those notions like one and what. But the other element of it is like exploitation. The problem is not exploitation. The problem is only exploitation, and that's our challenge. The challenge is that we think it is all exploitations. We believe in all exploitations, whatever all exploitation that is. So we have to start thinking in terms of not just exploitation as an instrument of humanity, but not as an end, but as a means, knowing the limitation of that. There's a point to which exploitation is no longer valuable. It's no longer reasonable. It's no longer an instrument that you want to rely on, because you want to exploit, but you also want to overlay on top of exploitation all these other values that are also part of being human. So exploitation will always exist. My labor will always be exploited. Like my boss on this platform is Mika Shavala. He is the chief architect of this platform. He is exploiting my labor. He is exploiting my skills. He is exploiting my talent. And I agree to that. So exploitation is not all that bad. It's just the extent to which we take it. So let's say we take the wild. Let's say the wild contains natural resources. Let's exploit the heck out of it, and until it's completely consumed, and that's, to me, that's where we are failing. We have 500 million cheap labor. Let's exploit the heck out of them. We have this. Let's exploit that. That, to me, is all in the balance of the equation. The total balancing of the equation is where we're struggling. So that's what it is. That's what I think. That's what okay. So somebody just gave a comment. Chrissy Atin says, Prof Ezra, from the labor productivity context, so the education system should be restructured more toward encouraging specialization. I don't. That's what we've done. Specialization is what we've done. That's what we've worked on. But the problem with specialization is it lends itself to automation easily. The more specialized the function, the easier it is to automate. But automation is all about functions. Its functions are going to be automated. So the more my labor is specialized, the higher the capacity for it to be eventually automated. So I agree. I mean, I think that's what we've done. But yeah. Anyways, okay. What is it? You want to step in?
Yeah, yeah. Okay. When it comes to specializing, I don't think we have specialized because I see a lot of people doing a lot of things that they never exactly did in maybe in the university or that I don't know. I feel like labor right now is actually this in this time of era. It's quite dynamic. I feel like people are doing new things all the time that they did not exactly specialize on in university. So I don't think we are
No, I
exactly.
mean, no. She's saying the education system should be about this, and then that's what it is. Like the education system is specialized. You want to be a medical doctor. You want to be a lawyer, right? You want to be a surgeon. You want to be a pediatrician, or you want to be um, like like a corporate lawyer or private practice. That there's always specialization actually is built into the system, right? But what you're pointing out is more like the reality of life, the way people live, right? Like yes, they go through the education system, but the actual living of their specialized life is more dynamic and much more much more much more nuanced than specialization, right? That's the distinguishing between what Chrissy's suggestion is saying and what you are saying. At least that's how I
Yeah,
understand.
but okay, yeah. But I actually, but I think the system, I don't know, recognizes this because I think from till high school, you're not specialized.
Yeah.
So the years of which you're specialized is really a fraction of your whole learning, your education journey. Is like the final fraction, which is maybe maybe 3 to 4 years of your university. Like even and not even that, maybe because the first year is also very common. So probably the 3 years. So I don't. I think it's not as specialized as it may appear, maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah,
The efficiency of the system is, but I talk about it a little bit in the article I wrote. Like the problem of the education system, it is not even achieving its own objective. Okay, like so specialization is one of the objectives of education system across the world. I mean, some countries are better than others. There's no question about it. Like you go to Germany, the specialization happens much earlier in the education cycle than other places. And then to an extent, it's in alignment. The German education system is in alignment with the kind of economic system they envision for themselves. Manufacturing, high tech, blah, blah, blah. So they specialize early to kind of match that, to align with that. So in other places, specialization is more like the rhetoric than the practice. So there's like specialization require a really very intense kind of like intense and very intentional approach to operationalization. So if you want to specialize and let's say in a particular set of field of learning, want somebody to be a very expert in specialized area, there has to be not just intense element of work to it, but intentional design to it. So you can't just have the rhetoric for it. You have to really operationalize it. And so, so the last week I was giving the example of let's specialize 70% of the graduates in science field and 30% in social science or human science. That's just more rhetoric than reality. What does it mean? It doesn't mean, it could mean anything. So that kind of so somehow sometimes we misconstrue the rhetoric with reality, with operation, with actually organizing education. One of the things that a lot of the times that we struggle with, and as an educator, I can tell you this, people have difficulty really jumping from concept to operation, from vision to operation, from operation to vision. We struggle with that. I can explain some great idea to people. But when you think about operationalization, it's a different game altogether. When you operationalize an idea, it's completely different from when you're actually thinking about it. So we struggle with that, especially particularly Africa suffers from that because we claim to want to specialize on a lot of things, but we don't really do a good job of fulfilling the true promise of specializations. Hence, the education system always is kind of like it goes but doesn't go far enough. It travels, but it doesn't take you to your destination. That's the problem. It's going, but it's not really effective in getting you exactly what it aims to do. So part of the problem is like, even if you don't do what's called like humanities educations, part of the problem solving could just be like, how do you make this efficient and effective? Even that is a huge assignment by itself. Anyways, hopefully that adds a little bit of...
You've spoken. And when you talk about maybe the German education system,
yes,
yeah, the backbone of their economic system is actually apprenticeship. The small industries, the apprenticeship of
yes,
of their industries. So I'm curious. Okay, I think maybe that's part of what you're talking about, specialization, where people. So what do you think of an education system that? I don't think the current one is really. I think the current one is meant to be a substitute to apprenticeship.
yes.
I don't know what you think about incorporating apprenticeship into maybe now what you're talking about, the general education where humanity, then now maybe probably they go forward to apprenticeship, or what do you think?
So what we need now, what we need, to me, that's like ad hoc approach. That's the instant thing that comes to my head. Ad hoc. That means like you are solving the problems of now. But the problem you're solving must, like right now, should have been solved 10 years ago, 20 years ago. So your action right now is a delayed reaction, which has little or no impact on the ground. So let me give you an example here. When Ethiopia says, let's specialize 70-30, stupid 70-30 things, they were thinking of resolving the problem now, but they should have done it before it emerged. They should have figured out 10, 12 years from now, we will have a need of this scale, this magnitude, for this type, for that type, for this thing, for that thing. Now let's put a policy framework, let's put the organization, let's put the process, let's put the system on the ground in the cycle, in the education cycle, so that by the time the cycle ends in the next 10 years, whatever it produces meets that goal. If you look at the German experiment, it's always more like that. The European experiment, the German experiment, the Chinese experiment is always aligned to some extent, whether the degree to which it succeeds is one thing, but to some extent is about looking ahead. Okay? So China will say, we want to be a manufacturing, the industrial manufacturing hub of the planet. We want to produce everything that's produced in the world, and we want to be the industry backyard of the world in the next 10 to 20 years. So what do we need to educate our children to be? That's how you come up with education policy. That's because the way it is, if we say we need apprenticeship now, just come up with a policy now, you're already too late. So, before Mondatezi, before you jump in, Frame Blackout, thank you so much for your comment. Feel free to come into the live sessions. I'm going to share and I know sometimes the chat room goes away, the link goes away. So I'm going to share the link. So feel free to come in if you want to just add voices to the comment that you're you're suggesting. So I will share some of your comments here. So the first one, he says here, dear first, okay, the first and most to Africanize education, we need to evaluate, question, evaluate and question social and educational policy and the learning ideology philosophy behind it. And that's what we've been doing actually, Ephraim Lagau. We've been really talking about the philosophy, well, of course, my perspective for it. But, but that my perspective is not sufficiently qualified for cover everybody. So that's the first and foremost number one point that you're making. The number two point that you made, which I will talk later, I'll come back to it. And so I want people to read this number one on the banner here. And then so if you're interested in coming and joining, feel free to come and join. And we'll look at the comments as we discuss. Thank you. Thank you, Ephraim. I really appreciate that. Please continue to subscribe, like, share, and become members. It's important that we do that. We appreciate that. So, Mondatezi, please, back to you.
Yeah. Oh, I was saying, I think there's a part maybe we might have missed when it comes to maybe the future where the machine or machine technology is going to be dominating instead of labor. Mm-hmm. There's always the point of ownership. Who owns this? Who will own this technology? You see, I feel like even right now you can look at the characteristics as the technology is guarded. I see even Japan just signed a new law, literally just to protect their technology. So I feel like maybe there's this assumption. I don't know that it will be shared with us as Africans, or so. I don't know. I don't think that will happen. I don't think they will share it with us. So in the end of the day, we're going to have to need to develop it for ourselves, or we risk exploitation, as has always been the case. So that's what I'm thinking. That yes, there will be technology replacing labor at some point. It's already happening in many fields, but in Africa, I don't know, is it happening as rapidly as outside Africa? You see, so I don't know. I feel like we still need to go through the full obstacle course, instead of thinking that we're going to cheat through maybe technology from another country. Maybe American technology will give us the boost, and we'll still have to at some point be able to develop our own technology and be on the cutting edge ourselves. So I don't know, that's what I'm saying. We can say let's not focus on our labor, then in the assumption that because they'll be probably expecting universal income or something like that, and then we get in a rude shock that, as you said, that these other countries that have this labor, they now become like overloads or something,
Yeah.
And it's happened before. It's happened before with the colonization, where they had extremely superior technology to us, So I don't know what you think. I don't know what you think about that, because now
I thought about that. I deeply thought about that, and I think, and then I just put it what I've thought about in the banner. Okay, the banner this is something I've thought about, and then you're right. And they have, like many countries, actually have laws and legislations and processes for technology transfer. If you buy an American equipment, an American-made equipment, there are certain things that the selling company has to actually meet in terms of the technological components that are being exported outside or out of that country. And I'm sure almost every country to some degree have that. So when you actually share that, most technologies that are shared, there are technologies that are easily replicable, easily copied, easily available for others. So if you're thinking about the camera, it's easy to make a camera. TV, it's easy to make a car. It's easy. The technology of making a car is easy. It's not like technology, but there are certain technologies that are like so profound, like the tension between, you see, the United States and China on 5G. That is a huge element of it, the huge competition, huge tension there. And it's about, this element. So what is the essence? In a sense, they are like, like America is banning American companies from selling certain technologies that could be input into Chinese advancement of, either artificial intelligence or even the communication technologies. So those things are seriously guarded. So I say the answer is, like, at least for Africa at this point, this is what is lacking in the world is the technology of being human. The technology of being human is the essence that is really lacking. And then that comes down to, and why I say it's lacking. And then I haven't talked about that at length, but I can tell you this. The world that's run by the so-called who are like the, at the seat of the throne of right now, are devoid of any kind of capability and ability to achieve certain things that are about to happen ahead of us. Oh, they're already happening, but they're just going to accelerate. Something like climate. The resolution to climate comes down to the technology of being human. The technology of being human essentially is basically this. Yes, material is important. I need to clothe myself. I need to wear whatever is what makes me feel good. So feeling good is always important. But the way they've taken it to an extreme where, like, you consume to the detriment of the planet, that's inhuman. But I think Africans are much more human when it comes to consumption, when it comes to materialism. Yes, we have a degree of materialism like everybody else, and that level of materialism is necessary, is important. We have some people in our society that have lost the true essence of the Africanness and then consume like as if they are like westernized, like they're like, like a wolf in sheep clothing, like sheep and wolf clothing, whatever they are, just confused. When those are not statistically significant. The statistically significant part of Africa consumes things, material things, in ways that are more sustainable, either as a result of our poverty or as a result of our psychology or our makeup. We tend to use and utilize resources for much longer. We tend to keep things for much longer. We tend to optimize the use of things for much longer, for much more diverse set of things than most of the world does. The rest of the world says, oh, now let's recycle. But recycling is now something that's almost inherent in African culture. Of course, in urban areas, it's changing, it's different. But the most part of Africa, which is, the poor, they tend to recycle a lot of the things. They recycle clothes from brother to next brother and the next brother and to nephew, to cousins. That happens. So we share a lot of that stuff we recycle. And then to me, like the technology of being human is necessary to resolving climate crisis. The technology of being human is necessary for resolving conflict that puts the world on the precipice of nuclear disaster. Look at this, the world, the powerful, how childlike they are. Look at the Ukraine crisis, and then you could see how childlike, how immature, how inhumane both the West and Russia is. They're all inhumane, like the humanities doesn't exist and that doesn't figure in. Brute force is what they're thinking about. Oh, I have a nuclear button, I have nuclear button. I'm macho, masculinity, man. Like misplaced sense of masculinity is what is undermining any kind of global sense of community where we come together and say, you know what? There's no need to resolve this crisis through this. There's no need to make Russia insecure, and there's no need for Russia to obliterate community to achieve its goal. There's no need for who's the sensible, who's the reasonable. No, there's no human being. Everybody is taking side, and you are my side or that side. And literally, Hitler, the Second World War version 2.0 is what we're dealing with right now. These are the people. These are people who have run the world, who own stuff, control stuff, who have the power that be, from Chinese economy to Americans' military might and everything in between. They are the powers that be. But look at the crisis the world faces, from environment to politics to society to everything. Everything that you can possibly think about, from inequities in education to wealth, they are in charge of resolving all of these things, but you don't have the iota of humanity in them to resolve it. To me, the Africa component of it is, if we become much more human, if we humanize our education much more intentionally, much more intently, we will not just resolve the technological component. We will resolve the technology of being human, and then we will be the one to resolve all these things, that the backlog of 500 years, 600 years of, like, really a menace on the planet. Yes, there has been prosperity, material prosperity in the world. As a result of that, there has been prosperity as a result of that, but that prosperity come at what cost? At the cost of millions and millions of people, more people dying than ever in the history of humanity. Over the past 100 years, we've killed more people than we've killed over the past 2,000 years. I mean, like, 2,000 years ago, population will be completely wiped out, in the 100 years population that we wiped out in wars. In just Second World War alone, we've lost 70 million. And since Second World War, somewhere between 20 to 50 million people have perished in some kind of conflict and some kind of hunger and some kind of human failure of humanity. The failure to resolve our climate, failure to resolve our obsession with materialism, failure to resolve our obsession with all sort of ills and problems that really dehumanizes humanity across all spectrums of things. Because of that failure, we fail. So to me, as Africa, that's our input. This is our input. Our input to the world is the technology of being human. And in order to really fully utilize that, we need our education system that is geared around that, organized around that, and delivers on that. And if we can deliver in the next 50 years more humanity, inject more humanity into the planet, and it comes from Africa, from climate to this incessive craziness these Western powers have for conflict, to nuclear crisis, to these things, all these things that they've been tasked for resolving, they haven't resolved. They've been tasked for resolving slavery, they haven't resolved slavery. They've been tasked of resolving colonialism, they haven't resolved colonialism. They've been tasked of resolving environments, they haven't resolved environments. None of the powers that they haven't resolved. And my theory is that, my position is that, it's because it lacks humanity in it. It's inhumane. It's dehumanized. And that humanization is the key to resolving it. And then the easiest place to do it is Africa, because we have inherently been the source of humanity all throughout the human journey. From being the cradle of humanity to all human evolutions that we've had over the course of the 10,000 or so plus human advancements, the Africa role has always been to humanize the world. And I think that's my theory, and that's based on my reading, but I could be completely wrong. But hopefully that makes sense. Menelik, good evening, my friends. Just came home from an 11-hour shift and just lit one up. Thank you, Menelik. I wonder whatever thing that you're lighting one up, but hopefully you can share some of that on this platform. So if you want to join us, please feel free to join us. Morasesi, hopefully that was not too long.
Yeah. I think I've exhausted all my questions. So, although Sam is asking a very interesting question here.
What is Sam? Sam asked for you. Okay, this is Sam question. Sam always has really great questions, and I love that. Okay, and then he's also asking this question as well. And I think like to me, Sam, I'm suggesting that we come together to figure this out. More so than I'm suggesting this is how we should do it. I don't think, like I've said this before, how cannot be figured out all at once. It's a futile attempt to do how all the times, like all the steps necessary to know. More like I'm like, if we agree on a broader vision, that education should be humanizing, because the future is going to require a humanized person to succeed. A humanized person means like the one that's creative, the one that has resolve, the one that has character, the one that has value, the one that has futility in all the futility of being human, like the flaws and weakness and the brokenness of all of that is part of being human. I think to me, the more humanizing the education there are, the more we are able to withstand the world that's about to change. That's already changing, but it's going to accelerate even further. And I think that's what I'm saying. That's a broad vision I'm painting, but the specifics of how it needs to be achieved requires much more deliberate, much more thoughtful, much more community engagement than individual agency in this one. So that is a broad answer. And how teaching somebody to recycle is going to get Europe off our back. Yeah, Europe is never going to, exploiters are not going to get off our back. They're not just exploiting us, they're exploiting the planet to the not just to the detriment of us, but to the detriment of all humanity. So, and we can't do it to get it off our back. I think we have to do it to be more independent, to have more agency. The education that I'm proposing is about arming individual and community agency, improving that agency. So we already have inherent agency we all come with, individually and as a community. And I think to me, the humanizing education will be providing much more agency than the current system of agency. So the more agency that we have, the more we are able to withstand whatever thing that they concoct, whatever thing they plan to do, whatever thing they organize to do. And I think that's in some way, that's how I would answer it. Before I let you in, Montesese, I want to share Ephraim, like he thought deeply about his ideas, and I want to share those things a little bit. He said the second point that Ephraim Lacko shared. So far, what exists everywhere? What exists everywhere are capitalism, liberalism, neoliberalism concepts, a driving policy element, and environment. I think to an extent, the Ethiopian Prime Minister talks about this as the flow in the world, like that we should be offering, Africa should be offering its own perspective. And then his perspective is Mademmer. And I don't necessarily totally believe that it's a well thought out, a well-crafted idea, but neither are capitalism and liberalism and neoliberalism. So to an extent, it joins them, and that's the extent that it's not a fully ventured stuff, fully kind of like Mademmer is not fully nailed out, but that's okay. But it's still, to an extent, it's an African initiative on that, and I think that is what exists, and that's what ails the problem. With capitalism, liberalism, and neoliberalism only see things through the lenses, very narrow, very small lenses of capitalism, because capitalism sees things productivity, efficiency, exploitation, allocation. Human beings are labor, not human beings. That's what I can't expect capitalism to see humanity. Yeah, it can adjust to it, can do a little bit of kind of modulation of it, but essentially it doesn't see anymore whether you are a CEO of a company or a day laborer. You're the same labor. For capitalism is your labor, and liberalism the same thing. Neoliberalism, socialism, and communism is all narrow perspective. And I think they always miss the point. The much broader sense of the true nature of experience of humanity is never truly captured in this concept. And hence, if we rely too much and then totally on these things, we fall short of them. we fall short of actually fulfilling our true human capability and human capacity. And that's what I'm postulating. I think we need to come up with our own perspective. That's what it is. Like the technology of being human as partly as an African. It's not my thought. I didn't originally come up with it. I came up with it reading through a lot of African content and African concepts. Okay, they are also the third point that he wanted to make was that was the second point earlier. The third point that there are also hegemonic countries, enforcement giant agencies influencing southern hemisphere countries, including Africa. We need to revitalize and decolonize our education system. I think, to me, like, what we don't realize, like, yes, we attribute to their power way more than they have. The power they have over Africa is much more exaggerated than they actually have. And it's exactly what they want you to believe. They want you to believe, the Europeans want you to believe that you depend on their aid to succeed. But the reality is that they don't have that much power in terms of how much you succeed or not. They give about 1.5 or 2% of our GDP is attributed to aid money that comes from outside. That's the statistics, that's the number. And in any given year, not like barely a sprinkle in our economy is aid money. Most of us sprinkle is just to buy, corridors, the gatekeepers in our politics. Most of that money goes to paying for that. That's what they do. But the perception that we have is that we depend so much on it, and that's the perception they want you to think. But if you are human enough, you actually realize, yeah, they do matter. Like, let me give you, I grew up in an orphanage as a result of an aid organization that I was helping. Okay? I'm meant to believe that without them, I would have not succeeded. That's what it is. But of course, there's a huge part they played in it. But for most orphans in Ethiopia, the orphanage I went to has no impact. Even though it's a huge presence, it will appear as a huge presence. So the reality kind of like really substituting for perception. The perception substituting reality is always something that we need to guard against. Yes, there's hegemonic countries, but their hegemony is not as powerful as you think. And you can see being tested right now. So we think America is a hegemonic power. And the word hegemony signifies and implies that it's like without limits. But look at where they are right now with Russia. They can't get their way around. They want to get something achieved in Russia, and they're not getting it. And hence the limit of the hegemony. The Chinese want to control the entire continent of Africa and the resources. But are they getting all they want? No. The Europeans want to dictate the morality of the world. What you should believe in, what you should think, and like, what, are they getting that way? No. They're struggling with their own morality, let alone dictate any morality to anybody else. So the hegemony is there, but let's not exaggerate it. By seeing exactly the true nature of hegemony, then we realize that it's not as powerful. Hence, then we have rooms to play. Focus on the space and the open space where there's no occupation. It's not occupied by hegemony. It's not occupied by ideas. It's not occupied by powers. There are huge, vast area of humanity that has no hegemonic power present in it. Cannot be influenced by it because there's a limit to which any power that be, like all human powers, has limits. And to me, this is a great point. And I think the education system being more human would allow us to see exactly what we're dealing with. Not what we think we're dealing with, not what we fear we're dealing with, but what exactly we're dealing with. We're dealing with exploiters, but how much exploitation are they doing? how much are they making us to perceive that we are being exploited? So we constantly think about, oh, we are so exploited, we're so exploited. We always complain about exploiting, because the complaining about it is not going to solve the problem. And that's exactly where they want you to be. Anybody who's exploiting you, and then you are always complaining about being exploited, and then you continue being exploited, the exploiter is winning. But anybody who's exploiting you, and you realize the extent to which they can exploit you and the extent to which they cannot, you realize, okay, they can exploit me for my labor, and so they can get this out of me, but they can't exploit me what I'm going to think about, what I'm going to constitute, what I'm going to synthesize, what I'm going to create. They're not gonna go into my brain, into my mind. They don't have the notion of control they have is more like an illusion than a reality. So that distinguishing, the ability to distinguish is human. The human beings that are truly humanized are able to distinguish these things, are able to see reality for what it is, and reality for what somebody wants you to think. You can distinguish those things, and I wanted to point that out. And that's important. Yes. So Marie Antoinette says this incredible thing. It says, okay, before I go to Marie Antoinette, say, this is what Sam said. What are you explaining right now sounds like a special school to produce moral leaders. I'm not sure if we can apply a model like this to so to me, like Sam, your problem was that you always understand things in modular understanding. You understand things from model perspective. You modulate things. That's it, and that's inherent in the education system. We organize things and structure things, and then we fit in knowledge through those things. And I think, yes, part of it is moral, blah blah, but it's not that. To me, I want to educate my children physics, but I want to educate them with the essence and values of humanity, so that they understand the value to the extent that physics offers, but they understand the limitation of what they've learned as well, to the extent that it has limits. The human being is in the vortex of that, is a conduit for recognizing the conditions around him, from knowledge to wisdom to insight. That's the conduit. The conduit is the human. That human is able to recognize, this is what I know, but this is the wisdom from what I know. But this is the insight that I can use, or the foresight I can use to act right now. The ability to make those senses cannot be modulated in modular. It cannot be achieved through modulations. It has to be achieved by allowing the human to go through the process of emergence. The emergence process is what I'm talking about. The emergence process has to be weaved into the education system. The catalyzing of that process will have to be weaved in. I suppose, so what you're talking about from a modular perspective, you're thinking about, let's plant a tree, let's grow it and cut it and turn it into a chair. That's what you're saying. But that's not what I'm saying. So let's have schools that teach morality. No, that's essentially what it's saying, that let's plant a tree, let the tree be, let the tree grow, and then once it's grown, and then cut it off, chop it into pieces, and turn it into a house, into a chair, into a table. That's what that's what anything that you do, like, oh, let's have a moral education, let's have an smart intelligence school. That's what it is. It's like, essentially, it's a dehumanizing effort, another approach to dehumanization. But that's self-defeating. That's already what exists in the world, and that's already what's causing crisis, from climate to inequities to disparities in all sort of ways, to conflict, to peace and security, and from insecurity in food, insecurity in economy, insecurity in psychology, in emotional, from all sort of social ills and political ills, economic ills, historical ills that you're talking about are all the result of human beings not being able to be at the heart, at the center of knowledge, wisdom, and insight. That if we dehumanize, if you have an education that dehumanizes, then that ability to recognize what is known and what is not known, what is right and what is wrong, where does the future lies, which is a wisdom, senior being able to see and foresee the future, and then having the insight in terms of what is available right now, what resources and opportunities do I have available right now to execute operationalize something right now that gets me to that future that I have wisely thought about. That is the human's job. That conduit is a human being. So Sam, your problem is like you have great idea, and then I would love to debate this with you. If you come online here, we would debate this like the way I'm debating with Monday. But you have what I'm proposing is not this, insular kind of like processes and systems like these specialized schools. Those already do exist. They do produce all sort of kind of great leaders. And I'm a product of that kind of leaders. And many of you are the product of that. You probably are the product of that. Monetization is the product. All of us here in this platform are somehow a result of the kind of work, incredible work some people have done in the limited resources. But I'm talking about in terms of scale, in terms of operationalization of scale that impact billions of people. I'm talking about in terms of moments that we haven't yet lived yet, the future that hasn't yet come. That how do we kind of shape ourselves for that future? And that is a scale, that's a different kind of scale. And in that sense, that's a different one. So that's what I wanted to address. And I wanted to, our biggies here. I'll come to you, sorry, Monetezi. I'm kind of sporadic today because I have to manage the platform as well as actually do the discussion. And I'm horrible and terrible at multitasking. So as you can see sometimes. So Maria Antoinette, how are you doing? Hope you are doing well. You're feeling better. It's good to see you here. I really appreciate you. So Maria Antoinette says, their power is derived from the extent of weakness of our leadership. If all our leaders decided to be cunning and passive-aggressive when dealing with hostile places like France and USA, definitely the intelligence, the nuances, ability, that is human qualities. Maria Antoinette's point is essentially what it is. That's what we need to be more human-like, meaning that we need to be able to recognize what we know, and what is wise, and what is possible to do now. What is opportunistic right now? What can be attained right now? Like in Ethiopia, for example, I can give you an example. You can't end tribalism overnight. In Africa right now, you can't end poverty right now. So we know that. But the wisdom that I am saying to you is that the future is different. The future is different in one way. Either it's going to be double or triple the problem that you have, or we can change it. The future hasn't been written down, hasn't been set, and no hegemony has control over the future. No hegemony can determine the future. It's an uncertain space, and uncertainty is in our favor. In Africans' favor, and the poor's favor, and the depraved favor. So the insight is that we are working on a future that hasn't yet materialized, but it could, if we don't do anything about it, what has transpired so far will be what it transpired, would be double or triple what we have. But if we do something about what the opportunity that we have right now, like for example, the opportunity that you have right now is for you to like, subscribe, share this platform, be members, promote this. Like, because we want to talk up, so like that's the action that you have ability to do. No hegemony can stop you from doing that. No hegemony, they can influence you, but they can't control you. That is a choice that you can make. So that is an insight right there. And that is an insight you can act on. So that is what we're talking about. But the more human we are, the more we are able to become the conduit. Conduit means the processing unit. The processing unit. Our neurons will be the processing unit. We are the means through which the swirling of knowledge, wisdom, insight can be translated into something meaningful and result in something. And I think, and then so leadership, lack of leadership is the weakness of leadership. Is not just in a very sense Marathon is put it, cunning and passive aggressive is so at the heart of it. Cunningness, intelligence is a human quality. The more human you are, the more cunning you are, the more passive aggressive you are. You know exactly what to push, when not to push. So the intelligence is the intelligence part. The intelligence part is not just knowledge space. The intelligence part is the emotional intelligence, the spiritual intelligence. So that is so. Anyways, Montezi, I'll let you say something and then welcome our big brother Biggie.
Actually, I think I've exhausted all I needed to say. Just I agree with what you've been saying, that we also need morality and humanity to cultivate a humanity. Although I'm also of the belief that we should also be very much profit driven. So I don't know. I'm still yet to reconcile how we can reconcile the two, because I feel that if we are too human and the world is not human, then we are exposed to exploitation. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it is also me thinking like from I don't know, from the perspective of the West or something. I don't know, but I am here to reconcile those two.
Yeah,
that's all.
I think one thing I can say before I let Biggie come in is that the reconciliation is this: the more human you are, the more capable you are in understanding knowledge and not knowledge. The more human you are, the more you are more realistic, more true to what you're capable of, what you're not capable. The more human you are, the more you have the ability for have access to wisdom. You have access to wisdom. The more human you are, and then the more human you are, you have ability, you have access to insight more. The more humanized you can be, because when I'm talking about humanity, I've laid it out in a little bit, at least in the article that I shared, and I'll share again here for those of you who are just joining in. This is the article that some of you might want to read it on your own time, but you can read. It's a short read; it's not that long, and this is the point of the discussion. So the more human you are, the more you are tapping into those inherent qualities for resilience, for creativity, for imaginations. So I don't know, something happened to Facebook. So the more you're capable of that, right? The more you're more tapping into that inherent human qualities. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about humane. We're talking about human. Humanity means that inherent qualities for imaginations, inherent quality for creativity, inherent qualities for creation of history. Human beings are conduit for those things. And then as a conduit, we are able to figure out, reconcile those things that you are talking about. That's what the job of being a human is, figuring out how to reconcile existing method. This is the way the world is. This is the way the world is about to be. And this is the way I want the world to be. And how do I reconcile those things? That's a human thing. It can't be figured out on just one platform, but it's a human thing that you need to be embracing that more often. And then our education system, the more we do that in our education system, the quicker our people can actually get there. That's the point I'm making. Instead of getting there through experience, through accidents and through incident, through subpar effort, there's some effort in the education system to give you this element of it. In terms of subpar or unintended effect, we need to be more intentional about it. We need to be more thoughtful about it. We need to design it and plan it and organize it and deliver it. And that is the point of this discussion. And that's the point of the article generally. Biggie, thank you for your patience for waiting on
this. Before Biggie speaks, I think it's halfway past midnight in East Africa, yes. So I think I'll have to take my leave. I think thank you for the interesting stream. I've enjoyed the article and really educated me today. So yeah, I think I'll just say my thanks and say hello to my brother Biggie, voice himself. How are you, my brother? Oh, okay. Maybe
I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. It's just finding my mute button.
If you have articles to write to me, please, I would love to post it on my platform. And even a criticism of it, even a criticism of the article. That's also, anything is good. I love the conversation with you. And then, one of my favorite things with having this platform is people who will challenge you, who will interrogate you, and who makes my ideas and my thoughts even better and stronger, or even change my point of view if I have to change my point of view. So I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Okay. I will actually. So yeah, thank you for everything, my brother, and hello to Biggie. Guys, continue the conversation. I think I'll be preparing for bed as maybe listen in the background. So yeah, see you later, guys.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Monotezi. Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. May Xavier bless you all. It's a good conversation. I've been following it, and I thought there was some comment that was done with Ephraim Laka, which is my Mokshe. He brought a lot into the table, and we would love to have you. If you really can join us on live stream on education. We are here all week, different topics, but he brought up some great questions and all that. We really appreciate that. And of course, as usual, Sam, Miniliki on this, just came in, but a lot of people just want to put a lot on this education throughout all the week on all the show. Professor Ezra, everybody's is putting and pitching more on the education system in Africa. I mean, whether you were there or not, people are really putting a lot of information, and I'm trying to catch up as much as I can. Yesterday, Abuyak put in something that was very interesting about moralities and teaching kids how to respect each other, and it should be mandatory, elementary kind of education that's supposed to be given for social life and understanding from a girl point of view, from a boy point of view, and how they grow. So it was very interesting topic. So I want to address it as a question to you. How do you see that can be implemented? Early age learning, everything that you get, they put things that works with you, and sometimes they don't give you the basic understanding, especially elementary school, because have you noticed most of the master piano players and everything else, they used to practice it at a younger age. How can we institute, there was issues or like get some kind of incentive to the Ministry of Education. If you fulfill this, we can get you this much to the project, and how to improvise in order to get this actualized. Because right now we're playing forecast and actuality. So we're forecasting on how we want it. So the forecast date might be today, but when we're going to be starting to implement it and going forward. So my question to you is, how do we start on the basics, on the lower grades?
to me, like I think ultimately the point I'm talking about here, like boils down to those things. Everybody, I don't know. I think you will agree with me. We all come in with a gift. That's essentially what I'm saying. With a gift of being something, special gift. We all.
I'm with you.
Yeah. So we all have the gift. The humanizing education is about nurturing, helping catalyze that gift to be able to emerge without being stifled. Now, along with its also characteristics, we come in with essential, basic, inherent characteristics as well. So, a sense of morality, a sense of justice, fairness, it's already kind of like embedded in us. Like whether human beings naturally have a degree to which they are human beings have some kind of repulsion for some kind of injustice on others. And then it's basic, and not in the educated sense, but in the basic human sense. So a humanizing education that I'm talking about is not about devoid of specific area of learning, but that all those learning are tied to that goal of being human. So I'm learning to be learning to be an engineer, but my humanity is not devoid of it. It is in it. It's within with it. I'm learning to be like a child, learning to count, learning to alphabetize, learning to distinguish shapes and forms and content, substance. Those are the basic things that you are doing at a much younger age, where you are helping the child, really kind of like fine tune those basic human qualities, the ability to distinguish. This is food, this is poison, this is play, this is work, this is another person, this is me. This is a playground. There's the rules of the game, or how to play together as a community, and how to play by myself. So the whole thing is all about getting those things. So the goal with what I'm talking with my proposal in the book, in the article I wrote, is that we need to be more intentional about it. A lot of the time, those things are accidental. So morality is more of like an accident. It's more like a function of a family, a function of certain communities, and a function of certain educators or certain organizations, or certain efforts, but not necessarily a system-wide kind of approach. It's not a system-wide approach. So before we say we need to bring morality at a young level, we have to recognize each and every human being comes in inherent morality, built in by creator in our system, some degree of repulsion for bad things and adoration for good things. It's built into us. So the question of like education then will be like, how do we nurture what already exists? Like, so it comes as in a form of a seedling, but you want to plant a seedling on a platform that has enough nutrient for the seedling to turn into what do you call it? A small tree, a small. I just don't know the English word for this. Like, I'm losing it. Anyways, and then that seedling becomes a budding plant. From budding plant to some kind of like, okay, now in some way I can stand on my own. I don't need a lot of this. I can just use the rain that comes in and the sun that comes in to turn energy and the resources around me, exploit the resources around me sufficiently to grow myself, to branch out the leaves. And before you know it, It's a big old tree fruiting, and then before you know it, it's not just enough for itself, it's enough for the other species around it. That process, there's an element to it that's inherent, so the seedling inherently in it, before it becomes a tree, is already a tree. It's already a tree. So a human being is a moral being before it becomes a moral being. So the job of education then becomes, humanizing education would then weave those things into a process, into the experience of learning. Be it in learning very hard substantive content to soft stuff, and then everything in between high order learning and anything below that. Between all of that, the critical pedagogy that you implement will have inherently built into it those morality element into it. So morality is not just like, oh, I'm a good person, I'm a bad person. Okay, I know how to create, how atoms work. As a physicist, I know how atoms work. I understand atoms. I understand particles at the atomic level. The morality issue is, do I use that knowledge to create nuclear weapons? Or do I use that knowledge to solve problems? Problems of energy, problems of health. So humanity is split between these two. And the more human we are, the more we are able to translate what we know into wisdom, and then that wisdom into insight. The more human you are. The less human you are, the more mechanical you are, the more you're going to exploit. Oh, morality is things I can exploit. I can exploit the indignation of people's morality, and I can use it to make them feel like, or to make them tribal, to make them minuscule, to miniaturize them, to dehumanize them, to dehumanize one group over another group. That's exploiting morality. That's exploiting inherent human values. But the more human people are, the less they are susceptible to exploitation. That's my theory. That's my hypothesis. I don't know if it is too philosophical an answer. Of course, there's no question that there's a philosophical answer that are built into these things that I'm sharing here. But at the same time, there's also a practicality to it based on my experience, where we're lacking is where I'm pointing at. Like, we have morality built into our DNA. Because the tree that was once a seedling, and when you saw the seedling, you couldn't possibly see the tree. How big the tree, how many branches it's going to have, how many leaves it's going to have, how many leaves it's going to produce in its lifetime, we don't know. But it was just a seedling. The seedling doesn't lend itself to a vision of the tree. You have to imagine, you have to envision. Based on your experience and knowledge and wisdom, you have to envision that seedling. So it's the same thing with a child. A baby is a moral being. A human being is a moral being. We have to assume that from that perspective. So we're not teaching them morality. We are unearthing morality that already exists. We are embellishing the morality that already exists. We are helping the disconnect between self and others. And weaving in all this learning, in very intentionally weaving into learning. But there's all sort of learning, like at the kindergarten level. I know one of the incredible learning they do is Montessori, the Montessori system. It's one of my favorite systems. The well thought out of world thing. But what the problem with that Montessori system, like, as soon as you get to grade schools, it's wiped out. It's almost completely everything that they do after Montessori is almost not building on top of the Montessori structure that helps a child have a sense of self, which is a sense of self-esteem. A child comes in and not knowing, even if they are basic seedling, And the child lives a Montessori program having a sense of self, knowing that one day I could be a tree. One day I could be a tree that gives shapes. I can be a tree that gives fruits. I can be a tree that changes the planet's ecology. I can be a shade that changes the microbials underneath the soil on which I'm planted on. So they leave the Montessori most likely thinking, one day I could be this. But everything most of the time that happens afterwards, almost doesn't back it up. So what I'm trying to say is that, like, we need to think about this idea of, and then I don't own this, by the way. I don't want to say I own this. This is something through the steady reading of, people's ideas, people's thoughts, and then I remember, like, the coinage was one of my former boss who said this: the technology of being human is what it's all about. To me, like, that's where Africa can specialize on, can focus, and needs to be organized, needs to be deliberate, and be intentional, not to plant stuff in there, but to unearth the emergence of human as God intended them to be. The way the tree emerges as God intended it to be, from almost unimaginable to beyond imagination. The same thing with humans. From every child, you have to assume that they have morality. So the morality education that you're thinking about, instead of planting stuff in there, that's more political work. That's more like indoctrination. Indoctrination is the system that exists in the West. The system that exists that in Africa right now that we have adopted from the West. It's antithesis to the inherent African culture. That kind of incessive indoctrination, incessive attempt to dehumanize something, turn a tree into a trunk, and trunk into a chair. That is so outside. So I think, to me, that is where it is. Hopefully, I know it's quite expansive, my answer, but it needs that expansive answer, because there's so much deep depth into it than just curriculum or an education policy. It's more deep than that. It's just the way we recognize children as a moral being waiting to emerge with their morality. That is the challenge. So, Biggie, what do you think?
For me, you're hitting on right on the point of the morality issue that's built in already when we start. But again, you hit another one that when you are in kindergarten, and all that information that they built, and then when they come into first grade, there's some kind of a loss in between, the disconnect, and then now you're talking about self-esteem, self-respect. There's so many things that passes in that aspect of it. It's not just the moral, just on the moral issue. It's just about the education of how to go forward, respecting one another, and building the dream of each other together. It's the connectivity of human beings. Like you said, the moral compass is already at that age. It's already instilled in you. It's just now you're exploring this new world that you just happen to grow in it. And as you said, you bud in. From the bud, you get the plant. From the plant, you become a tree, and so forth and so on. So how can you put certain information that they learn at the younger age? I'm talking about easy, what it means cost. What money is in relation on in life. You want to buy a candy, how much would cost the candy? Why not this candy? There are so many things that you can teach at a younger age that they can grow, not only just from the morality, but there's a lot of lack of social fabric that is not taught when it's at that young age.
I know that there's so much you could do with children. The limitations, they have limitations, and because it's just by their nature, they're just children, right? Yeah. So there's a limit to which how far you can go, but within the limit, there's so much you can do. I think what you need to do at that age, at that early age, is really work on nurturing the sense of self-worth. That is what is the essential work that you do at the early age. It's about knowing that I'm human, my worthiness. Once you have the sense of worth, it's a recipe for helping connect this different self-worth. Because the next level of the next grade levels that you get post kindergarten, post childhood, then would allow you, will have more opportunity to build community. Because there's agency, we all have individual agency, but there's also community agency. As a community, we come together, we create an agency as well. An agency in that, when we are able to, I can't reach my parents because they're too far away. And then as a community, we come together and say, let's invent a telephone. That's community agency combined with individual agency. Let's build roads. That's agency, that's community agency. So that in order to get there, the education system has to, and it's all, so the education I'm proposing is all about catalysts. It's about catalyzing. It's not being an agent of morality or an agent of economics or an agent of physics. It's about catalyzing whatever method, whatever means that you have becomes a catalyst for those connections that you want human beings to make. So you want to so if I want people to recognize community, so there's a play, so children do play, right? So play is a tool, an instrument that we use to educate children because that's the one and the most important thing at that age that they will learn from. But I can organize play to catalyze collaboration and cooperation, while also at the same time promoting competition. I can organize it, and then that's why I say Montessori is one of the great instruments, one of the best curriculum out there. I don't know if any other people. If people know, they are more than happy to. I'm not an expert in early childhood education, but I've studied it a little bit. They use play to instill cooperation and collaborations. So you think the child is thinking in your play, but there are basic rules that they come into play that are not enforced on them, but that they come to realize those rules through the process of play. They come to realize that, yes, I can push somebody. The child push another child, and then the child cries, and then but pushing that child and making him cry, and it's not something that I enjoy listening to. And then the play process integrated in it a system whereby the child quickly reflects of his or her action toward another child that has caused pain, that has caused some discomfort, and how it makes them feel, a sense of kind of repulsion for what they don't like. So, and then it reinforces that over time through multiple plays and multiple opportunities. And over time, children learn to cooperate with each other while they also having a healthy sense of competition. I want this. But at the same time, if a child goes there first and says, I'm playing with this, and then I already hold it, over time, over the course of the Montessori experience, what a child becomes that once I have this on my hand, that other child agrees that I have won the battle to get this first. Now I'm waiting for my turn. that's how you integrate those things. Very smart. It's one of the most brilliant things. Any one of you who are interested in this should go check it out. Montessori, the Montessori system. I think I would say I'm not an expert in it. I'm gonna say, and through so it's something that hopefully there's a. I'm going to share that with you. Feel free to come in anytime, Biggie.
Yeah. So did you find the link for it?
I'm looking for the link for it. While I'm doing the link, you can just go ahead.
Yeah. Basically, one of the things that I want to remind everybody is to subscribe and like. And as Professor Ezra said it, in order to be heard, we're just going to have to make some noise. We're just going to have to share our views and what we stand for, and get people involved. Like I said, we don't need a billion people to make some changes. Very few. And the minute that you're going to start spreading and giving this information on where we stand, we're active, we're working, and we're looking for a different angle to progress in our One Africa and to make a stand on his own. And in order to make a stand on his own, we need all the support we can get from the subscribers, people that likes us. And Mika mentioned a couple of days ago, the algorithm changed, and there's a lot of things that we've been censored or something that we're not really showing up on people subscriber list, and I don't know what's going on, but we're investigating, and we're gonna come back with a solution. One of the solution that we know is keep on sharing this information. All of you, anybody that listen to this broadcast and shows, we putting a lot into it. Every day we got something to discuss, different things, and Tanzan came in with a beautiful subjects yesterday, and today we got Israel, and tomorrow is Swahili Nation, if I'm not mistaken, or no, Dr. Abunezi and
Potential,
and then we got a recap on Friday with Pastor Ezra, and of course I got my show on the Diaspora Show. So we got variety of discussion that are very specific and put together, and we're going to enhance more as we go forward. And the more you share, the more you get some people that's going to respond to it, then we can revamp again and be on the top to be shared. Information that we put in here is really, really specific. Every day is a specific subject. So please support us into sharing this information. Without you, there's no One Africa. Without me, without Israel, there's no One Africa. Everybody has to participate. We're putting all these hours and time just to make sure that the voice of Africa is heard. And it's urgent. Look at it as of a sense of urgency. We need to put this together. By the end of the year, there was a projection of 1 million subscribers. But the ways it's gone is just like a little bit sluggish time that we got. But we don't discourage. We never stop from going forward. Mm-hmm. Share. And that's what Mika said, share. I mean, everybody knows. I try to bring another group into this discussion. It's going to be a whole lot of group that I'm planning on this diaspora talk, and it's things that people do on their time, on their spare time, to help Africa. And these are the people that we need to connect. There are different networks all over the place, and all African platforms that are really for Africa. these are the networks. So we can share each other information. We can put different networks to be say, hey, you know, do you promote these? Because a lot of people have connection, and our connection is our people. Our people are the network. The network is the people that are really behind those networks. So anybody that you know of importance that need to hear us, that probably didn't know anything about it, probably might think, oh, you know, this is another movement or anything, but this is a working One Africa platform. So please go out there, venture out. Don't be shy. Just tell them, hey, you know, why don't you join us? They talk about education. Hey, join us on Wednesday. You know, Professor Ezra is going to be talking. A great man that can really make some sense, and somebody that can really tell us something. You get on Monday, you get Mika. You know, on Tuesday you got Tanzan. Any discussion that you might interact with people, just invite them. Be open about it. Be proud of it, because without you, there's no One Africa. None. We started this to be moving this thing together, and we're all in it together. Mm-hmm. So that's what I have to say, really, for our channels, our subscribers. Make sure you check. You know, if you listen to this by any chance, make sure you check on your subscription, whether it's been taken off or it says unsubscribe. Please resubscribe if you have to. That's one thing, resubscribe. And if there's an issue again, I think we can address that on a higher level. And that has been noted.
Thank you, Biggie. Those are important points here. We want to make sure everybody and everyone who needs to hear, who needs to take part, who needs to lead, who needs to be activated. Who needs to be activated does get the opportunity to be activated. Who needs to play a part does need the chance to get that. So this platform is for you, is to activate Africa, to activate agents of change, and to activate leaders, transformative leaders who are not just interested, who are not just able to see the future they want to achieve, but who are willing to figure out a way to navigate to it. And you know, this is what this platform is about. Nothing more extraordinary than that. So when you want, you know, like when you like, share, and subscribe, when you get other people to come and join us, you know, you're giving them the opportunity to be activated. And when you take part in this show, you are taking the actions. I mean, if you were to say, you know, what can I do? What can I do to bring about the kind of pride that Africa deserves to have, ought to have, the kind of humanity that Africa need to own and be a part of, and the kind of education, the kind of economy, the kind of society, the kind of world order that Africa deserves to have. If you would think about what can I do about those things, and the answer is very simple. You know, very simple things. There are things that you can do now. Like you can actually think about what is my part in it. What is the part I can play? And the extent to which my part is relevant and is important, is powerful, and the extent to which my part cannot have any impact, any power. Hence, the essence of community comes in. I can think about all sort of ideas, but I know the limit of those ideas, the limit of thinking about those ideas, because I'm human. So every one of us here, like, you know, we bring to the table incredible, you know, incredible ability, which is, you know, represented in our humanity, but also comes with the limitation of being human. So We know, I'm sure, like, like that's how you feel at some point as Africans, where we've discussed the problems of Africa to death. We've interrogated them. I have heard the same diagnosis of the problem over and over. We get the same cycle back again. Same cycle. New generation comes in, same assessment, same conclusion. New generation comes in, same assessment, new conclusion. Cycle after cycle after cycle of just really what is our problem and what is our solution. The same thing. Like 30 years ago, 60 years ago, 100 years ago, the same thing. But what changed the course of the history of Africa, whether it's getting us independence or whether it's growing opportunities for new generation of Africans, changes that you see in Africa, some budding changes here and there, positive changes from technology to education to opportunities to entrepreneurship that is really pervasive across Africa, despite in spite of the prevailing negative condition that exists that prevent all of those things from happening. Is those people who say, you know what, to the extent I can do something, I will do. Sometimes the things that you need to do is just liking, sharing, and subscribing content, knowledge, effort. When I say like, I don't mean like YouTube. I'm saying like just like an idea, just share an idea, just subscribe to an idea, and support that process, the growth of the idea. You don't have to always agree with it. But so when I say like, share, subscribe, it's not just subscribe and share. Of course, that's what I want you to do. I want you to do that here on this platform. But just the notion of liking something, take that notion and then take it to a deeper level. Why do you like something? You like something because it agrees with you. You share something because you want the community to be part of it. You subscribe to it because you want to be committed to the success to it. That's essentially what breaks down to it. So what we are asking you to do, what Biggie was asking you to do earlier, is to really ramp up efforts. To not to get every one of the 1.5 or 6 Africans around the world to be part of it, but to those people who ought to be activated right now at this point in any kind of field of work, in any kind of effort, in any kind of engagement, human engagement they are in, they just need to be activated. It could be an environmentalist that needs to be activated. It could be a community of, historical, traditional storytellers that need to be activated, reactivated, not activated, but reactivated. Could be the returning of somebody passionate with somebody or group or community passionate about the return of the artifacts and the treasures lost to Africa, that we need to be activating that. Anything and anyone who is out there that need to be activated, we want them to hear that it is possible to do that. If you are already activated, you are on the right path. We need that kind of voice that centers everything. And that's what One Africa platform, the Swahili Nation Network, is trying to do, is to center all of that, to focus all our efforts, to focus it so that it hits the target. It's not just focusing, targeting itself. So one is, I want to say, just quickly share with you, and we can never share enough of this. You can never have enough, you can never say enough of it. Defend the image and bring back the heritage of Africa. Decolonize the mind through authentic knowledge. Authentic knowledge, break it down into wisdom and insight, and create a bridge for oneness and a peaceful Africa. This mission is an organizing mission. It organizes all Africans into center. I cannot think of any African who, unless they benefit from chaos, unless they benefit from ignorance, unless they benefit from loss of heritage, I can't think of any African who would be against this. So basically, this is what it is. This is what you're subscribing into. You're not subscribing to anything else. So, Biggie, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Okay.
Thank you, Pastor Ezra. You put it really nicely and elaborated. Thank you. It really means a lot.
Oh, thank you, Naha. Pi is here, by the way. After I haven't seen him in a long time. Pi. Al-Kebulan, by the way, is the old ancient African name. By the way, I wonder what it means. I don't know if he knows what it means. I think he knows what it means. He won't put it in. Nana Dreams, I think, is our Ghanaian friend. Anytime somebody is called Nana, it's a hint that there's a Ghanaian in there. Okay, so thank you, Nana Dreams. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. So please, that's what it's all about. We've been here for over 4 hours now. Unless there are any other people who are interested in joining in. If you're interested in joining in, I can stay for another half an hour. But I think Biggie coming in is a good way of helping wrap the point that we have been making. And if you are interested in joining in, let me know. You have about 5 minutes to let me know if you're interested, and then I'll share the link for you to join. But the point I've been making is this article that I wrote is the base of our conversation. I'm going to share it again. So as comments come in, sometimes links disappear. So this is the article we talked about. It's called the title is I think I wrote it in June 2030, by the way. So the title is, I'm going to share. So this is so time to reimagine and re-envision education. So, and this is the article where I cover kind of like on the top line. Not deep, too deep, but deep enough at the top line level. Essentially, what it means to reimagine, what it means to reimagine, about the instruments for achieving the future and the instrument for achieving that, and aligning that is the key element that okay, so I have a little bit of network problem. So now I'm okay. I think my network was a little bit below. But it was aligned. So the point I was trying to make was that, like, if we do nothing about the future now, that means if we just ignore, if you just keep on doing after the fact. Education so far has been after the fact. After the fact has happened, and we plan again. Now, if we change that into a point where we think about where the future is, and we say, like, let's align our education system to meet that education. So the future in the next 50 years will be extremely more technology driven than it is right now. Unless the entire universe, planet collapse, technology becomes relevant. So technology like artificial intelligence, machine learning will not be like the way smartphone was like in 2007. Like it was like kind of like an hour rich things. It would not be like this in 10 years. 10 years, like 2017, smartphones are like no big deal. 2007 smartphone were like cutting edge. The way AI and machine learning in the next 10 to 20 years will now be cutting edge. Will be like the thing, is the way we live. So that's part of the future. That's ahead of us. It's going to affect work, the value of work, the value of labor. That's the future ahead of us. At the same time, in Africa, the population is going to double. That's the future ahead of us. It means more food is needed to be ate. That's the future ahead of us. We need to generate more wealth than we are generating right now in order to meet that need. That's the future ahead of us. Africa is going to continue to, it's had so many conflicts over the past 50 years. It's going to continue to have more conflict. That's the future ahead of us. We need to figure out a way to resolve conflict. Food security, insecurity we have right now, food insecurity is going to continue. That's the future ahead of us. So what I proposed, think about that future, come back, rewind to the point now, and say, let's think about what kind of education that matches that. So that 10 years from now, when artificial intelligence is ubiquitous and it's not cutting edge anymore, the child that was 5th grade today, 10 years from now, would be what? Would have finished high school, would have finished almost university, and about to be joining the workforce. And then they'll be considering and thinking about the world of machine learning and AI, and they are prepared for it. How do I weave that into their learning from their childhood, from 5th grade all the way through, from kindergarten all the way through? Of course, at the same time, you want that child to be a moral being, a human being, a resolver, a problem solver, a creator, an innovator. We don't only want them to think about like, oh, I was going to be an AI dominated and I want to be an AI expert. I'm going to be a human being who's going to be an AI expert. A human being, that means I'm going to have, need to maybe to marry, to have children. Maybe I might need to have some kind of faith practice. Those are need to be weaved into the education, so that child is not only like at the end of the educational cycle ready and prepared for the world, but is prepared and ready to envision another world ahead of him or ahead of her, and then build the system necessary so we hand over that work to them. So we are done. 50 years from now, I'm done. I'm not there. If I am alive 50 years from now, I'll be 90-year-old. 90 plus years old. And that world is going to be different from now. Absolutely guarantee it's going to be different from now. But I want to be sure that child that's going to take over for me, that's 10 years, that's 20 years, that's 30 years younger than me, is prepared for that. How do you prepare that? We can use education to do it. So that's essentially the general topic of what we covered so far. If you missed the award, I think probably I've summarized this better at the end of it than at the beginning of it. So you're better off hearing it at the end, because we've had help from Sam, from Maria, from Mariette to Marie Antoinette, from Chrissy to Sounds Bantu, and then of course Mandetezi, who came in as well to help process and refine my thoughts here. So anyways, Vicky, you want to chime in?
And also we got Ephraim Laco,
Ephraim Laco, yes.
Yeah, and we still invite you, if you're listening to this part of the show, we still invite you to come in at any time and put your thoughts, because they were really nice points that you put out there, and people would love to hear it from the person that brings it up, and and share that information, because without you, there won't be no movement. It takes everybody in this to make a difference in Africa. There was a saying. Somebody said, "This mountain moved 800 years ago," but there's nobody that can tell you what it looked like 800 years ago, because our limitation of existence, you only can live so much. So this thing moved 800 years ago. Who's the one that's going to say, "Hey, I saw it happening"? It's just the change of landscape, the change that's going between now, like you said, 12 years from now. We're at the bottom. We are all in the kindergarten. We're all in the kindergarten. Now we're trying to give everything we got to make successful Africans. They're already successful because they're born in a beautiful continent. It's just giving them an opportunity.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think, to me, like, if you want to see the future, just look at the past.
Mhm.
I would say that if you want to see the future, just look at the past. If you were to look at the past and then take 10 years from now, take the 10 years back, like 10, 12 years, 2011, the impact social media will have is predictable. It was predictable, but it didn't exist as much as it is right now. There were all the signs that it's going to be the future, but it was still at the nascent stage. It was still just the budding stage. We're just flowering, not fruiting, but flowering, to use a tree metaphor, the flowering stage. And that's to me is how the future is. The future is almost exactly similar to what has happened in the past. Nothing is going to be permanent. There's always going to be something new. It's going to be different, but there's certain things that are going to always be the same. Human beings are always going to be in that future. Now, that future, like, is going to be more humans than it is right now, but they're going to be there. So what would you want that human to be? Do you want them to be dehumanized, or you want them to be more humanized? You want them to realize their parts and their limitations, their possibilities and their limitations, what they're capable of, what they're not capable of? Do you want them to know that ahead of time, think about it, plan it, execute it, or do you want them to just haphazardly, randomly get there? And that's the part we're talking about. We're talking about getting education to think like that. Instead of education thinking, computer science was so important because all the jobs of today now are computer science and coding, and then we come up with an education policy. This is doomed to fail because that computer science becoming relevant now was an instigation of the past, not an instigation of now. And you're missing the boat. And then by the time you institute a policy, and by the time that policy is effective, by the time it has materialized, manifests itself in real life, it's 10 years. But in 10 years' time, the kind of computer science you were thinking when you were beginning the education thinking is no longer important. Computers can now code themselves. You don't need coders anymore. That's how, like, you become misaligned. So education that's backward looking is never going to work. Oh, we were colonized, so we need to decolonize ourselves. That's not how you impact the future. You can't reverse, you can't use education policy to rectify the past. No. By the time the education policy begin to rectify, the so-called rectify, that's no longer a relevant thing to rectify. The society has moved, the generation has moved. Ephraim, thank you, appreciate that. And then, Icon. I can fire. Thank you.
Yeah, he's been participating on all the show except this one. He probably making some injera, but he's still there. He's listening.
Yeah. Jonathan is also here. I know he's around.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's recovering from. He says he's recovering from something. So last week, was he sick? Or last week he was recovering from last week?
Conversation.
Jonathan, I never understand you. You're always misunderstood here. The only way to resolve that is come in the show and then resolve it.
Come on in, Jonathan.
Yeah.
You got the invite.
Otherwise, I'll be thinking about making bread, guys. If you don't come in.
Yeah, you heard my mine was 9 hours and 43 minutes.
Yeah. Oh my God.
That was deep.
Oh my God. I don't know if
I didn't even see the clock until it hit the 8 hour.
Serious?
Seriously, I didn't even look at it. It was so much conversation. It just rolled from one to the other, and it was just everything was interesting. That was the craziest stream. Yes, Jonathan. It was the craziest stream.
9 hour stream.
Everybody wanted to go to sleep.
But they couldn't go to sleep. They wanted to go to sleep, but they couldn't.
It wouldn't last, and that long if it wasn't, It's like that. We went through a lot and just bringing everything. And in fact, I want to go back to it and really dissect it and bring some of the information that was talked, because there's a lot of things in it, a lot of things that we're discussing. Bring a highlight, and I got to be prepared for the Saturday show.
I think that would be nice. Highlights, like if we have a much more robust production team, we would be spending time
and one of the things that we coming on and trying to get is more of the kind of transcript and where you talked, and people that are computer savvy, they can extract information and title it, and this is what we discussed about, and people can go on the transcript and look at what they want to watch, because sometimes it's time constraint, because we're working.
You can't watch a whole thing. You have to watch
it. Exactly. Yeah. And when you start doing that, there'll be more of the people coming in and understanding on topics.
So
I can fire.
Somebody just listened to your your conspiracy to keep Ezra going a little bit.
I can fire. Make it short, okay? I can fire. Make it short. Welcome.
What's going on, my people? What's going on, my people? How do I sound? How do I sound? Am I breaking up?
No,
you're good.
Perfect.
Yeah, because my data not so good. I think.
No, it's fine.
How are you, my people? Ezra?
Yeah, well, we're good.
How are you, Ezra? How are you, Biggie?
Good. They're good.
So
it's good to have you.
Yeah.
So I've been talking about kind of a revolutionary kind of education system. So it's based on an article that I wrote a while back, and it's basically it's like education reimagined and re-envisioned. So today's show was about covering that up. So we were going at length about it. So we covered. There's a whole lot of component to it in the education, but ultimately the essentials is that education that is not in alignment with the kind of future that you envision is doomed to fail. That's essentially the basic kind of breakdown of
Yeah. Thank you for that recap. But one of the main things I came on is because you were speaking, and I'm liking what you're saying, but you still what you call it, counter yourself in terms of, it's like you said you can't use the education to decolonize ourselves.
No,
what I mean is, what I'm saying is, well, it all depends on what you see colonization as. You feel me? So, but I'm thinking, yes, education is one of the major players in decolonizing yourself.
So I can let me give you, this is a good way. I love as an educator, interrogation is my favorite thing. Interrogating knowledge, that's how you get to wisdom, and that's how you get into insight. That's the process of interrogation, is key element of it, and that's very important, because sometimes I'm making controversial statements so that to ignite that process of interrogation, not necessarily truly entirely like that's an entire. It's not an entire statement of truth. It's a statement of like let's begin the process of interrogation. The point about decolonizing, you cannot decolonize the past. That's what it is. You cannot reverse what has already happened. But what you could do, that you can decolonize the future. The impact of the past.
Well, definitely.
The impact of the past still exists. So that mind is still present. That colonized mind, that kind of self, kind of like, because that I kind of cover it as a humanizing education instead of a decolonizing.
So you say decolonize, use education to decolonize the future.
You can use education to decolonize the future, but not the past. So the impact.
I love what you're saying.
I'm trying to tell you that
I love
education.
I totally love what you're saying.
The future more than in the past.
It don't make sense for nobody to try to change the past. That wouldn't be smart.
But that's what people do. That's what education policies around the world is about. Oh, we were enslaved people, right? So let's rant about being enslaved. Let's rant about being colonized. Let's rant about being exploited. That's what education system is right now. But it doesn't harm you.
Oh no.
No.
Oh no.
It doesn't harm you.
I want you to look at.
No.
Hold on. Master Ezra, 1 second.
Okay.
I want you to have this this view of things. You feel me? I'm gonna give you a view of these things, right? It's like since the beginning of 500 years, we noticed that we trapped, right? So, and powerless. So all of these things that you're hearing are protest. You feel me? Not making anyone forget. Because what you call it, retribution has not happened. So today we are still walking in the way towards getting retribution. You feel me? So when you hear things like that, it's the protests going on. You feel me? This is not a normal protest. That's why.
Yeah, but I can.
Okay. This is not a normal protest.
No, but the distinguisher would.
That's why it goes through generations, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not a regular protest. That's why it goes through generations. You feel me? Because okay, I want to show you something, right? we should not be cocky with our knowledge. We should not be snobbish with our knowledge. We should not be what you'd call it, self-indulged with our knowledge. Why I say that, right? This is why I say that. When I was a kid, I didn't know nothing. I didn't know myself. But because of these particular protests, and I was trapped in the gospel world. So but because of people older than me, holding on to that protest of reminding us what we are going through, what we went through, and what is to come. You feel me? And what it did to like me as a young man, where, you know, as a young man, we can tear down a whole goddamn mountain. We can crush the world under our feet. So what that did is give me the right energy, the right direction as to where my furious energy should go towards. You feel me? Because without that, all of my neighbors would be devastated by me. You feel me? Nobody would be safe because I don't have direction. I don't care. I have lost my moral compass. So these critics of our natural world is teachers and what you'd call griots. You feel me? That sing in the neighborhoods about not forgetting our past, not forgetting what we've been through. We have not won as yet. Don't act too cocky. Like you don't forget. Don't act like you just normal. You feel me? So that's how I see what those expressions do, especially to the young generation. You understand?
Yeah. But the thing about, like, we have to use education as an instrument of achieving greater goal than retribution. Retribution is included in that greater goal. Retribution is not sufficient to, it's not a sufficient amount of justice to the kind of pain and suffering that our ancestors have experienced, and then we also continue to experience. So hopefully I can is able to come back, network permitting. I want to debate this. It's a very important point that he raised, and Sam was praying that, you know, he comes in he comes in to really reign in here, Ezra here, and yeah, and Sam got his wish. So hopefully I can comes back and covers it. I think it's important. Akin is raising a very important point. I think we cannot forget, we cannot ignore, and we cannot forget the source of our suffering, the source of our problem. But we also cannot forget, the point is that we cannot forget the power that lies within us to overcome, and not just overcome, to build a world that is more reflective of our values and our aspirations. And I think that's much compelling, an equally compelling kind of component to it. Okay, Ikan is back. Yeah, okay. Hi, Ikan. So thank you for coming back. So the point I want you to think about is that education as an instrument of achieving not just retribution, but making sure such things don't ever exist again in any human experience. In the 10,000 or so modern human experience, this 500 years should be the one to never repeat. There have been bad exploitations in the past in the history, but these 500 years one were there, scales never imagined and never seen before. And it's still continuing right now at scale.
All right.
So what
Ezra, I'm not hearing you properly because my data.
Okay.
Can you hear us now? I can fire. Hello? I can fire. Is still there? That was a great point.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like you said, we still have it. We're still suffering through the injustice and discrimination and things that we see. And as you said, the education that it gives you, yes, the retribution is still there. You're still going to have to make stop where we're at now and then move forward with a higher level for our own benefit, for our own value, and to reflect that. One of the things is Africa. Africa represents the whole Black nation, all the diasporas, everything that is out there. So we got to bring respect to Africa where it can sit in any decision making as one. So that's where we're moving in right now, because until we achieve that togetherness and all leaders are put together, this suffering, the colonization that we thought just the physical disconnect is still ongoing in a different way. We still have that.
Yeah, to me, like people always miss out the opportunity that education offers in liberating this, like swaths of population. Liberate. We need to liberate them, not just from the yoke of subjugation and exploitations, but from the notion that they cannot overcome it. From the notion that history is already written, they cannot change that history. That's what humanizing education is about. It's about recognizing that I am equally a participant in the creation of history as is my oppressor. You cannot liberate the oppressor because the oppressor doesn't want to be liberated. But the oppressed can be liberated. And to liberate them, the instrument of education is not just about telling the story. It is because it's central to that, because it's core of it. Understanding the pain and suffering and the sacrifices that your ancestors have paid, and then you, current generation, are paying. Understanding that is a core component of the humanizing education. That's it. It's a core component of it. It's not the only component of it. It's an instrument of liberating the human. It's not an instrument, like education cannot just be an instrument of informing people of injustices, because injustices continue, will continue. It's not about like education cannot just be disarming people. Should be arming people, not just with some extra outside knowledge, but with the wisdom and insight to recognize the math on recycling doesn't add up. Sam, the math. It's not just knowing math, but knowing the maths on the notion of recycling doesn't add up. Let me give you a data. Only a fraction, I would say less than 20% of actual recyclable things are recycled or can be recycled in the world today right now. Even though we pile them and stuff, we pile them into recycling bins and told we will recycle blah blah blah. The actual reality of it, it doesn't get recycled, it gets dumped on poor countries. It get dumped on places where the recycling regulation is different. It's more lax and more relaxed. So I want a human being to recognize that math. That's the problem with you, Matt, Sam. That's exactly your problem. I'm telling you. You think in modules. You have to think in much more liberated space. I don't want somebody to just learn math. I want to somebody who's liberated with the knowledge of math.
Ezra, Sam gave up. Said, I'm teasing you. He gave up. But, you know, I know for all of you that
I like the banter, by the way, with Sam. I love the banter with Sam because Sam he brings out the best in me.
Yep.
He brings out the best in me. He puts me on my toe. I need to be on my toe. I don't want to just come in and just stuff you stuff up. I want to make sure like I make proper sense,
Yep.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's why we got beautiful comment, that comes out of it.
Yeah.
And out of this comment, Icon Fire said, Sam, you're crazy. Sometimes we gotta laugh, man. It cannot be all serious.
You gotta have a sense of humor.
Absolutely.
So,
absolutely.
I really, because I
was gonna say one thing, Ezra.
Sorry.
Those of you that speak Amarinya will understand, because our forefathers in Ethiopia, they said, "Lahullu nagar izo maganyet." For everything that's gonna be asked from you, you should be equipped with it. So you should have an answer for everything, whether it's moral, name it, military. They said for everything that you've been asked, lahullu nagar, that is for everything, izo maganyet. Meaning,
be organized.
You should have that.
It's not just wanting it. It's not just wishing it. You gotta have it.
You gotta have it.
You gotta have it. If you don't have it, if you don't got it, you go nowhere.
Exactly.
You go nowhere. And I think
in One Africa, that's the way we're supposed to have the attitude. We got to have it.
You got to have it. And to me, what I'm suggesting here today, we got to have an education system that recognizes exactly where we want to be and works as an instrument achieving it. That's what that's what I'm saying. Where do we want to be? We want retribution for all our ills and men. In the next 10, 50 years, we want justice done, and we want to end all the suffering, all the pain that we've experienced over the past 500 years. We got to get the education to do the job. We need to do that. We need to weave in all the things that we need to weave into the system so that it doesn't. So every element of it, every layers of what, so it cannot be latent responder. That's what I was trying to point out. It cannot respond to already what it has. Latent, that's late. It has to respond to what is about to. And that is the essence of it. The essence of the point I'm making is like, if you don't pay attention to organizing that, then you lose. Like the Germans organize the education system so that it meets their need for being a technologically capable organizing country that can compete with countries like China and the US and work for them. So every country has their own way of doing it. But we Africans don't have to follow that. We follow the essence of what they do, but our essence will be different. The reason Africa has been so exploited is primarily because there is the most dehumanized part of the world. We are not human. I mean, they don't say that anymore publicly, but the notions are somewhere in the subtext of it. We are 1/3 human. Black people are a third human. So the UN will plan around dealing with 1/3 human. They are human enough to be, or they are hungry, need to be fed. So they will organize around feeding us. But they don't think of us as human enough to teach us or to help us invest in us, to help us invest in learning to feed ourselves. So they want us to think we're constantly and always and forever a third human. Hence, we operate at a third human. We have been dehumanized. So they institutionalize the dehumanization process. So let them have it. Let the UN have their own dehumanization system. Let America have its own dehumanization system. Let great powers that be China, let them have. But what about Africa? What do we have? What have we got? We got the very dehumanization as a way of solving the problem, which is more than just getting a job or getting employed, is being human, being equal human, respected, dignified. And that dignity cannot be done through policy, through kind of like high-minded talk. That policy has to be done through the way we nurture every seedling of Africa. Every seedling, every budding seedling, every budding tree of Africans. Every African has to feel that sense of self-worth. We need to change that. And that is where the work of education comes in. And then if we can figure out this, the technology of being human, we can figure this out. Nobody has it. It doesn't matter what technology they have. This is the task of Africa, the responsibility of Africa, because nobody would care about us. Nobody would do the job of humanizing. Paulo Freire, Pedagogy of Oppress, he details out exactly all of these things. It's not in the interest of the oppressor to liberate you, but it is the responsibility of the oppressed not only to liberate the oppressed, but also the oppressor. It's our job not only to liberate ourselves and Africans, it's our job to liberate the oppressed, the oppressor, because the oppressor cannot see any other way. It sees the benefit and then it doesn't want to see any other way. The only thing they worry about from the oppressor perspective is the specter of looking like dehumanizing. Unless they have to, they don't want to appear like they're dehumanizing. They haven't changed their policy on slavery. They just changed the policy of appearing to hold slavery the way they hold slavery 200 years ago, 300 years ago. They haven't changed the policy on colonization. They have changed the appearance of colonization. So essential oppressive system is the same. And they need to be liberated from that. They are subjugated by their own subjugation. They are they're not as much, but of course, but they are in the trench of trouble as we are in the trench of trouble. We have to reclaim our humanity, and in so doing, we will liberate the oppressor as well. And that is the essence of the education. Education has to do that. But we have to use math, we have to use physics, we have to use morality, civics, we have to use whatever, history, we have to use craftsmanship, art, creativity, imagination, entrepreneurship. We have to use all of the above as a tool, instrument of achieving the very basic thing of the technology of being human. If somebody is creative, give them the creative space to learn and to be creative, and then let them reclaim their humanity. Hence, let them reclaim their freedom and independence. And that's all it's about. So education has that instrument to do. And that's why I want this topic to be about that. So hopefully it's helpful in some ways. Thank you.
Yes, sir. On that same thing, when I said Hulunizo, Lolunagarism Genyet, right? On that aspect of it, just think about the whole continent is united and become one. What kind of respect do we get? What kind of power do we have? That means we have everything. Our unity will have respect for the rest of Black. They will be never disrespected. Because that unity is a representation in the UN. So as you said, Africa owns the technology of being human. Yes. But imagine when it's united. And when our demand meets, retribution and all will be part of it. The way we're going to sell our raw material, the way we're going to put our resources to it, all that is going to change. Does anybody agree? That's what we're trying to do. And we got to be the people that have everything to battle back. We're talking about everything. Science, economy, education, military, the whole 9 yard that the West has. We should be able to put that together even better than the West.
No, I mean, if we think, let me tell you something. If we think about the economy, okay, the West thinks about resource exploitation. But Africa, an African technology of humanity, you will say, you know what? Economy is to organize the feeding, the supporting, the growing, the nurturing, the flourishing, the joy, the celebration, and the fun and the being of human is to finance that, to support that, to organize that. And so the world should not just be concerned with just material obsessions, material, like to the detriment of the elimination of the planet. And that kind of economic system is unacceptable. I think that it's like very basic African ethos that we've lost as a result of colonization, as a result of slavery, as a result of the 500 years of distorted history of Africa, is that we knew how to organize our economy much more efficiently. Hence, resources were abundant in our environment. Resources are now finite, the way the West want you to think. The resources were abundant in our environment. And they're still abundant in some ways. But so we need to reclaim a much higher moral ground on economy, a much higher moral ground on environment, a much higher ground on distribution of wealth, much higher ground on access to basic things to every human being in the planet. Women, you need to reclaim those positions. Of course, somebody say, "Oh, first we have to get the job done for ourselves." Yeah, but you can do all. You can, like the one thing the Americans have a good saying: that you can chew and walk. You can chew gum and walk. So you can actually achieve all of them and all of the above. But we just need to create the next generation of people who are capable of doing that. We need to create them. We need to catalyze the creation of them. We need to catalyze the emergence of the next generation of young people who are not going to be perturbed by this fog of complexity of hegemony and politics and this narrow-minded and yesterdayness. They're not going to be bothered by that. They're going to be they're going to have the intellectual, the spiritual, emotional rigor to be able to really recognize their own inherent capabilities. And then they're going to recognize the need to come together as Africans and be able to operationalize that. That which me and you are not able to organize, they will be able to organize. We need to unleash those people. We need to unleash them in millions and hundreds of millions We need to regenerate them all at once. And nobody has control over that. I guarantee you, nobody has control. No authority, no media, no earthly power can control that. That process is still within our means. It's an open field that we can play. It's an open field we can play.
Because we're the oppressed.
We're the oppressed.
We're still the one oppressed.
So
and we're the one that's going to find the solution.
We're going to be the one to find the solution. The oppressor is not going to one day going to be tired of our chorus of anger and demand for retribution. It's not going to respond to that. There's nothing going to be inclined. It's going to just change the tune a little bit. It's just going to it's going to change like there's one other saying that Americans like saying too, like a pig with lipstick is still a pig. I like that saying. No matter what you do to the makeup of the pig, it's still a pig. I mean, not pig the animal, but the notion of pig. Like, so to me, we need to figure out a way to operationalize this. And the way to operationalize this is through education. I like, hey, finally I know why Sam is in Canada. Sam is saying, here in Canada, they used to teach us morality all through kindergarten to high school, okay? They used to assign kids to walk in Paris fashioned. Oh, Paris fashioned, I don't know. With vest that literally said problem solvers. That's ridiculous. That's to me, it's called the bastardization of the humanizing education. When they bastardize the idea, but they do a horrible job. They do enough job to get them to be okay, but not enough to make them to think that they are part of the exploitation.
In fact, not too far from there, in Ethiopia, the French school, we used to have a class, a moral class, and it touches just about ethics and all that around. So it's like at the same time, the Canadians have a little bit of that French influence, and I'm pretty sure all the French school across the world, they go through those just the moral classes, but not just for the pair of fashion with vest, because we didn't have any uniform to begin with. We dress up just whatever that you can dress up with, whatever your parents can afford.
Yeah,
but again,
it's all militarization. It's all they militarize them. You see, so they take Paulo Freire's idea of pedagogy of the oppressed and how could you blah blah. We're talking about them in a smart, intelligent way.
In fact, one of this moral stuff. Sometimes it clashes with the Ethiopian morale. So we used to question them. Hey, this is not, this is not France. This is Ethiopia. We got our own culture, our own way of, when we salute people, the way we greet people, the way we do certain things. You don't look at them straight in the eyes and you tell them to shake hand. Always shake hand, look in the eye. No, in my culture, you don't do that. So there was clash of that kind of ethic issue. And eventually the teachers that teaches you, they start learning what is the country that they live in and their culture. Especially Ethiopia was very strong at it, because if you discriminate or you do anything against an Ethiopian, chances are you'll be expelled from the country. And that's one thing that Haile Selassie made clear.
Yeah, Sam is
we're not the colony. We're an independent, free country. And any Ethiopian that feels there's a difference the way they treat you, you can claim it, and they'll be deported. It was one of the rules to be Ethiopian and to have respect. These are the kind of things. You are African. This is the way we want to be treated. If you disrespect us, you're out of there. That's how it started. And Haile Selassie worked on it in a lot of angles. And the colonists, they got out because Haile Selassie put the strong men to it and make sure they don't come back. But they still did leave it, they tread in there. So anyway, so much for the moral part of education. Thank you, Sam, for sharing that.
It's funny, it's hilarious. It is like all of these things, that you see what the Western society is really to make any real and meaningful kind of educational initiative look like silly and ridiculous. Problem solving is an important human skills. We problem solved so many things as human beings over the course of the 10,000 or so years of modern humanity that we have lived in this planet. And all these things that we have around us is the result of problem solving. So, and the way to trivialize things is by trivializing the oppressor doesn't want you to overthink it. It doesn't want you to go beyond this mere instrument of their wish and will. So, and that's kind of trivialization. So greeting is important, respect is important, but they trivialize it by using it to kind of like enforce their own colonial thoughts and oppressive ideas on top of you. So there's all sort of things behind it. So we need to reject that. And the way to reject that is by arming our people with the inherent human quality, because inherently we are built in with the ability to filter all this bullshit. And eventually we all do that. Eventually we all distinguish which part is the colonial part, which part is the oppressive part, which part is not. So okay, somebody sent a message here. Hey, have a request. Can we end the show with one of my favorite Ethiopian singers? I don't know. It sounds about to like just okay. This is the request. Share the song on the chat room, and then we'll see what we can do. Another thing, like before Biggie come in, I know Sam has been entertaining us and keeping us excited and enthusiastic in the show, while at the same time being informative. Jonathan was like, so I asked a question about recovery. I think Jonathan just replied, I think he's recovering from all the trauma that he experienced dealing with Dr. K. The awesomeness of Dr. K. I don't know if it's awesome.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about, Jonathan. No, I do.
Yeah. So it sounds Bantu. Just send us a music request, and I want to wrap up in the next 5 minutes if that's possible.
Yeah, and at the same time, remember, we only can do like 10 seconds of the song. If not, we might infringe into the copyrights.
Yes, it has to be copyright quickly, like 10 seconds, right? 10 seconds.
Yeah, less than 10 seconds.
I actually know that, but I didn't think about that. Thank you for Biggie.
Yeah.
Just for making sure that we don't go astray, right? So, Sound Bantu are waiting for you for your request.
And one of the things that Jonathan was saying, it was likely in Tanzania, so that's why she's not here now. She knows she committed a crime. She's a fugitive of SNN now.
Tanzania, are you hearing this?
Oh, Tanzania is gonna say, "Okay, I gotta be in this one."
Yeah, she promised to be here in 30 minutes, but that was like 4 and 50 minutes ago. 4 hours and 50 minutes ago. I want to wrap this up. I know this is something that people would love to do, but I need to go make bread. I need to pay for rent. and they take care of stuff, you know. So those are important things that the oppressor has made sure that the system. That's the part that I cannot shake away yet. So to do that, so I have to get away for a little bit, but I will definitely come back and continue this conversation, next week again. So, and then, but throughout the week, we will be talking about education in one form or another. Education, this shape or that shape, will come in. So tomorrow we have potential in education, no, potential in Africa. The next day, the following day, on Friday, we will have our incredible pastor. Well, so tomorrow is Dr. Ebenezer, and on Friday we're going to do a recap with our pastor Ezra, and then on Saturday the one and only, hopefully going to be repeated 9-hour the diaspora talk on Saturday. Sunday, the hidden hands, the hidden and invisible hands. That's coming on Sunday. And Mondays, our chief executive will have a very interesting conversation with one inspiring leader to the next inspiring leader and the next inspiring African leader. We're going to continue that on Tuesday. We're going to come back, and then we're going to have another controversial African traditional conversations where we not only talk about African traditions, but we will we will make sure that people like Jonathan will be needing some recovery after this, after the show. So, Jonathan, thank you for your always your gift and present. No, we don't talk about a lot of the time super chats because it's not easy to support, but like we have to fund and support our team. At the moment, we are, our chief executive. He doesn't have any other means of income. He's doing this full time. So we need to support him, and then every dollar counts. Membership counts, from membership on YouTube to membership on Patreon. So please feel free to continue to support that. I will appreciate that. Okay.
Absolutely. That is something that I always extend. This share. Yes, there's certain things that through the algorithm that is not there. Literally it changed, and that changed the financial aspect of it. If you look at how much expense that he has, is staggering. It sounded just like just a YouTube. No, it's just it has a lot more to this One Africa to be in one platform, continue the StreamYard, the all kind of expenses that goes into this, and we need to support them in any which angle we can, because uh, he created the opportunity, and we want him to keep creating opportunity for One Africa. And there's a lot of other things that he's going to be doing, like he's traveling to Ethiopia again and then back to Rwanda. All that has expenses, and at the same time, trying to support him, because we need to sponsor him first than him looking for other sponsors, because it's our duty, our common duty, to help him out on whatever the endeavor that he comes back and share back to us. And these are opportunities. So please be what do you call that? Lagas, givers.
Givers.
Please be givers. Give as much as you can. The share is another thing. We share, but at the same time, helping Mika in these kind of financial situations, that would help him.
Yes.
And I'm 150% down with it. And we find another way to fund him directly and have 100% of what our contribution. Yes, he talked about a little bit of an ALA transfer and everything else. We're still setting up and working on that. So it's coming, but please give all what he can, because 20, 30 of us can make a difference for Mika's and for this platform. Actually, in fact, it's this platform that we're putting all that effort to. So in that aspect, I'll let you wrap up, Pastor Ezra. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh my God, it's a pleasure to have you. And I'm not good with prayer, but now that Big is here, he's good with prayer. Whatever language you like to pray, if you would like to pray and close it for me, I'll appreciate that. Mika, by the way, before you do the prayer, Mika, I know he hasn't. I don't know if he shared it with you, but he was recently involved in a car accident that has put his mobility even much more. It's not physically, but like his car was damaged, and then you can see
Yeah.
all the sort of
Yeah.
complexities through that. So it was not just building stuff that is a challenge. Maintaining stuff is a challenge as well. Like so it's not a challenge. It's not an easy thing to do the job that he's doing. All sort of challenges have been thrown at him, and then I can tell you this as somebody who believes, these challenges are part of education, part of learning. He's going to learn from them. He's going to grow from them. He's going to be stronger because of them. He has the character, the resolution to be able to overcome all of these challenges. But we are also community. As community, we share each other's challenges, each other's opportunities, each other's growth, each other's success, and each other's failure. So we need to support that. We need to be there and supporting that. And sometimes we don't have the resources to do that, the way like the financial resources, but then we have other resources. We have ability to make decisions, and the decision to click like is one power that you have. The decision to subscribe is a power that you have. The decision to promote what we do is the power that you have. That doesn't depend on the bank accounts that you have. So we're not only asking for financial support, but we're asking all of them, all of the above. And all of the above are your power. And if you have them, use them. If you don't use them, they're just sitting there. They're tools, instruments that are not being used. So the challenge is for you to recognize that. And then, so before I said prayer, I want the prayer to include all those, in One Africa family members that are going through tough and difficult times, including our founder and leader, who's going through difficult times. He's not alone, but it's not easy. He's at the bearing the most of the brunt of the challenge. So we're gonna pray. We're gonna ask for God to be present in our life, to guide us, to guide us to the right knowledge, to guide us to the true wisdom, to guide us to the kind of insights that we need to succeed in the life that He wants us to succeed. So I ask the Biggie to pray for us in concluding our program today. Thank you.
Xavier, my Lord, here I am in a great session presented by Professor Ezra. Everything that he endeavored to present, bless him and grant him in his wishes. He's coming in week after week and share his knowledge, discuss his knowledge. Bless him, my Lord. And the same thing, I ask you, Xavier, to bless Mika, the founder of this mission, that you put him under this mission. All the challenges that comes, and you cover him. And help us, all of us here that's been challenged through our days, in our health, like Marie Antoinette, Kaku, Kuku, Dr. Zadeka, that have been asking for prayers. And at the same time, the prayer goes to all of our subscribers, for all that comment day in, day out, relentlessly, that He gave them this power and blessing to support us. Everybody's comment is important for us. It is the voice to have one Africa, as you already give us a continent full of beautiful people. May you exercise your power and blessing throughout the continent. For those that are in diaspora, make their life easy. For those that have been hit by the pandemic, give them health, recovery, blessings. For those of us that are praying for one another, strengthen us to be in your network. We glorify you. We appreciate you for all that's been given, for my daily bread, for all the daily bread that you have given, and more. We cannot think like you, but you know what's best for us. Guide us through this time, a time that is not sure, that we have no fear in our heart, by glorifying you. Make us fearless, strong, and stronger, and better for the coming lives. I thank you, my Lord, Xavier. In the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Amen. So, such a powerful prayer. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. It's a prayer that will come true. A prayer that has already come true, but a prayer that will continue to come true. Thank you so much for that.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Ezra. Prof Ezra.
Thank you, everyone. We really appreciate you, and I appreciate everyone for being here. And then let's continue to tune in anytime we can. Let's continue to support what we do and the work that we do, and let's stay faithful to the Africa, to the One Africa, because it's good for those in Africa, around the world, who are Africans, and so let's continue to believe in that and have faith in that. Let's continue to have faith in God Almighty's and Allah, and His wisdom, and then His ability to make a difference in the life. So in our life, in the life of the world. And I don't ask you, and I don't ask Africa to change because Africa needs it. I believe the world needs it. The world is in desperate need of wisdom, African wisdom. The absence of Africa in the world has only created more pain, more suffering. So we need Africa back into the world, into the whole of the world, where we change the entire world economy for better. Like the way the Malian king who went to Mecca and changed the world economy like that. And the world, the colonization to be changed completely, the way Menelik did in Adwa. And then we want, the British to learn their lessons, even though they think they defeated him. But like the ferocity and the power of Shaka Zulu. I want Africa to come, and the revival of Africa, not just to liberate us, but to liberate the world, to liberate not just the oppressed, but also the oppressor. So, and this is what it is. Thank you so much. We love you. We love you so much. And Biggie, can't thank you enough. You are a stalwart mentor, guide, supporter. You keep us centered, you keep us grounded. And every time I think about what you do and what you mean for our program, for our work here, I get emotional. So I'm not going to talk too much. If I talk too much, then I'll get emotional. So I just want to say thank you, and we love you for that. Okay? Yeah.
I love you, Ezra.
Yeah.
I love you all.
We love you all.
Make it happen.
We'll see you next week. Until next week, okay?
It's a wrap.
It's a wrap.
It's a wrap.
What is the way to wrap, by the way? Is there like a sound system that I can do to wrap it up?
You could say it's wrap and it's done.
It's done. I'm just wondering, if there like things that like that makes it like fancy kind of exit, Some
absolutely
fancy, like that.
I got to talk to Mika.
I know
So we
Mikael
can
is
have a
working on
look.
it.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you.
See you next week.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.